All right, good morning. Pardon board is called to order. Today is Monday, June 16, 2025. The time is 9 a.m. Could we get a roll call, please?
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Ms. Davis.
Here.
Mr. Tenney.
Here.
Mr. Freed.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will allow public comment today on requests before any action item. Our first item in regular business is review and approval of the minutes from our Monday, June 2nd regular meeting. In your packet, are there any corrections? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Make a motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mr. Freeman to approve the minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency. Bit of housekeeping. We have two cases today, and it will be rescheduled. First is Marlon Robertson, DOC number 397065. And then we have Drew Arnold, DOC number 96979. Those will be rescheduled. Our first remote location this morning is at Louisiana State Penitentiary. And first, we are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like the staff here at headquarters, please introduce yourself for the record.
Jasmine Thompson. Chiquita McCord. Carla Williams.
Francis Abbott.
All right, thank you. And would the staff at the State Penitentiary please introduce yourself for the record?
Hey, it's just Carmen right now. Reginald went to get the offender and Warden Benoit had a call. He had to leave. So Warden Olivo is coming in to do the hearings.
All right, so as soon as he gets in though, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Is Ms. Hogan there?
Yes, Ms. Renata. Good morning. How you doing?
Okay, I didn't see you. Thank you. Mr. Proctor, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC.
My name is Eric Proctor. My DOC number is 347099.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, I have, of course, we heard from Ms. Hogan. She's here as your counsel this morning. On Zoom, in favor, we have the Parole Project. Channing Blake will be speaking shortly, and your brother Greg will also be speaking shortly. Now, you do have some folks there with you at Angola that I don't have on my list. Would y'all introduce them, please?
We have Mr. Tyrone Glover. We have Tom
Proctor.
Proctor, who's Eric's father, who will be speaking. We have Vivian Mejia, who is Eric's fiance, who will also be speaking.
Okay. All right, thank you. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have representing the victim. We have Jesse Martinez, Tiffany Delter, Patricia Guillot, Charmaine Moon, and Autumn Martinez. And we'll call on those who've indicated they'll be speaking at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Proctor, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in April 1998 in Lafayette Parish for a first-degree murder conviction. Mr. Proctor, is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. We'd like to hear from you first, Mr. Proctor, before we hear from those who want to speak today. you are seeking a commutation of your sentence, so tell us why that is and why we believe we should vote for you today.
Yes, ma'am. I think, first I should go ahead and recognize my victims' families and to let them know that I do hold this regret and shame for what I did 30 years ago, and that I hold it every day for the rest of my life. And to answer your question, 30 years ago, I was an individual that didn't care, that didn't have a resolution of who I was or what it meant to be a person. And I deserved to come to prison. I deserved to be punished. And through my classes, my programs, it learned me and taught me how to be an adult and to grow up and know that I'm not the only individual that's in this world, and that I affect other individuals, and that I know what it means to be alive.
All right, thank you. And we'll get a little more detail shortly. Did the warden come in yet?
They're en route, with, Renata.
Okay, so we'll just hear from those who want to speak in favor. Could we hear from Channing, the parole project, please?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Eric Proctor. He's a resident of Camp F. He's been a Class A trustee since 2012. Out camp maintenance job is special projects. He has programming. He's also participated in NAAA. His vocational certification is graphic arts. He has family support. He's proud to be the valedictorian of his GED class. He has employment lined up with roofing and interior company, and he's been sober for 34 years. And because of these things, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, both mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms for him. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist that will guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, rehabilitation, and strong support system, we ask that the board will grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Greg Proctor, please.
Good morning. I'm sorry. It's obviously a very emotional morning, but I guess what I just wanted to say is, when I think about my brother and we're here today, while I'm certainly not proud of what he did, I'm proud of the man that he's become. I've watched him over these last 3 decades go to prison a scared boy trapped in an adult's body and become a man that I can be proud of and trust. I've watched him grow as somebody who is involved in ministry and has to see things like this a lot. I can honestly and genuinely say I've watched my brother change and become a responsible adult, which I wouldn't have been able to say years ago. But I know that he's not the man that he once was. I know that as we get older, we change. But I've watched him change emotionally, mentally, and maturely. I've watched him take responsibility. I've watched him do things to better himself, to become a better person, not just in a workplace, but as a person. We've been able to have conversations over the years that have really struck me as amazing, as I've heard just his language and the way he speaks about things and deals with things as you would want a man to do. And so I guess I just come on this morning and ask that you would see that, that we would certainly not ignore the things that he did, but that we would see the man that he's become. I know that he certainly has my support and the full support of his family, that if he was to be able to come home, that we would care for him and support him and make sure that he would be able to do well. So I appreciate you even giving us the opportunity to, I guess, to speak this morning, and I thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you this morning. So now we'll go to, yes,
Excuse me, Warden Olivo has come into the room.
okay, well, we'll hear from Mr. Proctor's family there, and then we'll ask the warden for her comments. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Tom Proctor, please, sir, could we hear from you?
You can just stay there and talk.
Mayor.
Mhm.
Yes, good morning. And thank you for giving me this time to speak. The sheer weight and importance of this testimony is rather daunting. But I want to be sure that I'm able to convey to you how important and what it would mean to me and our family to have him come home. I really don't have the words where I'm able to express the effect that this would have on our family. I think the best way or the easiest way for me to describe it would be to compare it to a parable in the Bible. And it's just simply to say that it would truly be our prodigal son moment. The amount of joy and thankfulness would be overwhelming, immeasurable. My name is Tom Proctor, and I'm Eric Proctor's father. I'm 75 years old, and this journey began when I was 45. In all that time, our love and our support for and of Eric has never diminished. And the transformation that we have seen in him over the past 30 plus years is truly amazing. We have watched him go from a boy with no scruples to the man that he has become. The man that he has become has truly filled my heart. I am truly proud to say today, this is my son. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on this earth, but if it be God's will that you let him come home, I can assure you that he'll come home to a solid and secure home. My wife and I have a room ready and waiting. Thank you.
You, sir. Thank you for being there. And Ms. Vivian, could we hear from you, please?
Yes. My name is Vivian Mejia. I am Eric's fiance. I've known him since he was 14 years old. He was my first love, my best friend. We dated for over 2 years until his mother shipped him to Louisiana to live with his dad. We technically never broke up. We just got separated. I never forgot him or ever stopped loving him. So after my marriage of 24 years ended, I decided to look for him. I never thought I would find him in prison serving a life sentence. He has ADHD and was on Ritalin from the age of 5 until he was 15 years old. He was a handful growing up. I tell you this not to excuse the treatment he got as a child, but to help emphasize how much he got punished as a child for his hyperactivity. His stepfather was an alcoholic and would beat him on a daily basis until he was 16 years old. And he said enough is enough and hit him back. That's when his mother shipped him to live with his dad. His dad put him to work at the tire shop he was working at. That's where he got into drinking and doing drugs, hanging out with older guys from work, just trying to fit in and make friends in a strange place. He has been in prison since he was 21 years old. He grew up in prison, he got sober in prison, and he got his GED in prison. Prison saved his life and changed his life for the better. He didn't have much of a childhood or a normal adolescence, nor much of an adulthood, considering he has been in prison and locked up for the past 31 years. His mother abandoned him long before he came to prison. His dad might not have been the perfect father and made some mistakes, but he has been by his side and is still here by his side. Eric has a beautiful heart. He is smart. He graduated valedictorian from his class. He is also extremely talented, making things out of a piece of wood that would amaze you. He is not the same person he was when he came to prison. He has been wholly and effectively rehabilitated, making the most out of this situation while paying for his crime with sincere remorse and personal shame. He regrets every single action and has worked tirelessly to make amends that will never provide comfort. He understands this and accepts this, the burden that will hang over his life for eternity. Childhood excuses are not justification for an action. He will be the first to admit that. He doesn't make excuses and doesn't let a day go by without thinking about how he could have changed the situation. Living a life of true remorse is punishment in and of itself. All I ask is for you to give him a chance. Give him a chance at a life, a normal life, a decent life, something he never had. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Warden Oliver, what can you tell us about Mr. Proctor?
Yes, ma'am. He AU'd here in August of 1998. He served 27 years. He's a Class A trustee at Camp F. He works with our maintenance department on the welding crew, which means he does have a trade, a good trade. He's had 33 DB reports, with the last one being August of 2019. He's completed anger management, his GED, graphic communication, victim awareness, thinking for a change, substance abuse, 100 hours, and his Tiger score is low. He does have some letters from staff here in his record. Do y'all have those, or do you want me to read some of those?
Of those, thank you. We do.
Okay. All right, and that's what I got.
Very much. Ms. Hogan, what would you like to say about your client?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Natsa. I would just like to say that Mr. Proctor's remorse and shame for his actions did not begin when he got to Angola. They didn't begin 5 years ago. They began immediately. He's always acknowledged what he did was wrong, what he participated in was wrong. Immediately after his arrest, he gave a full confession, and Eric was not the only person arrested for this crime. He had 3 co-defendants. He gave a full confession that the district attorney believed was true. And while Eric was not the actual person who killed Ms. Martinez, Eric has never denied participating in it. He has never at all denied his role in it. He believes he could have stopped it. He should have stopped it. He knows that. And I think what separates this case from many others this board might see is just the fact that Eric pled guilty to this offense. He didn't plead guilty to avoid the death penalty. He pled guilty because he was guilty. He pled guilty and accepted a life sentence in 1998. Of the 4 people arrested for this crime, 2 of them never served significant time, and 1 of them was sentenced to 40 years and was released after serving half of that. So of the 4 people arrested that participated in this crime, Eric remains the only person who is still incarcerated. And as this board's already heard from other people, for the last 31 years, Eric has been a man of change, rehabilitation. He has found his purpose. Long before he had any hope of release, he was earning his GED. He was participating in AA groups. His jobs also are really a testament to the type of trust and the rehabilitation that he has demonstrated. He is on the maintenance crew and special projects, which means he goes all over the state. He's gone to the governor's mansion. He's gone to parish prisons to fix doors. He's gone to AMEET. He's gone to St. Francisville. He was on a 24-hour stick-out crew during the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, that is not something that a non-trustworthy person would be tasked to do. Before that, he worked for the range crew. He was instrumental in training horses at the equine lot with Marshall Kane, and did, without even having any knowledge of horses, he applied himself and he excelled. If he is granted an opportunity for release, he would not remain in Louisiana. His family is in Florida. He would go immediately to, he would participate in the parole project, but then go to Florida immediately. He would not be in Louisiana. And for all of these reasons and anything else that becomes apparent to the board, we would ask this board to commute his sentence to a term of years. Thank you.
Ms. Hogan. Now we'll hear from Ms. Angela Martinez's family. First, could we hear from Ms. Patricia Diaz?
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm 75 years old. My daughter was very special to me. I made promises to her when she was born that I would be there for her. I was always. And I didn't, and I couldn't do that. And I have this hurt in my heart that has never gone away in all the time that she's been gone. We were talking about her going back to school, go back to college. And she always made good grades. She was a good person. She was a loving person. She had a son that never got to know his mother. And she never really got to know him because her life was taken. She was taken at a moment and just snatched away from my whole family. She had a brother that loved her. They were close, that loved her dearly. Our family was close together, and it's just very hurtful that somebody should just snatch her life with no reason. There just was no reason for them to do this. And it's just, to me, it's very hurtful, and I'm sorry if you feel.
Thank you. Miss Moon.
And my sister-in-law, I was married to Jesse. She had a baby at home. I never got to know his mom. They took that from us. And I'm glad that he gets to wake up every day. But she doesn't. We go to sleep every night without her. Because he took it. They all took it. It changed the trajectory of our lives forever. And I don't think that he should ever be there. None of them should ever be there. That is not fair. And so I ask that you please don't say yes. He keeps them locked up. The least that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Proctor, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis this morning. Would you answer any questions he has, please?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Proctor. How are you?
I'm okay.
I've read your case, read it several times. The rehabilitation is outstanding. And I wanted to ask the question, were you guys doing drugs at the time?
Yes, sir.
What kind of drugs were you using?
Cocaine and marijuana were the drugs of choice.
See. I have no more questions.
All right, you want to get up for questions, Mrs. Stapleton?
Yeah, the family, we heard from the family just now. And, this wasn't a normal crime, but somebody, gets hit by a car or, gets shot or something like that. It was a brutal, heinous crime. The lady, their sister, their daughter, she was raped. She was beaten brutally. I'm not going to go into details of how she was raped because that was brutal in itself. She was strangled with an electrical cord. She was dumped in the woods, and then her head was beaten in by an aluminum bat. So this crime took a while for 4 people to accomplish. And that's what makes it so brutal and heinous. And they were talking about the baby. The baby she left behind was only 18 months old. That's all I agree with Mr. Tillis. You've done wonderful things while you've been in prison. There's no doubt about that. But I also agree with the family that had this not happened to her, she would have had the opportunity to do wonderful things with her life and enjoy the child that she had at home. And that was all taken from all the family. So I think that should be remembered too. That's all I have to say.
Any other questions? All right, let me just ask you something, Eric. The warden mentioned, and your attorney put it in the packet, all the classes you've taken. You did the victim awareness, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us, what did you get out of that?
The main thing that I got from victims awareness was to know that to have empathy for another individual, and that I'm not a sole entity and a person, and everything that happens around me, it just needs to concern me. That my actions and decisions that I make affect other people. And not just in the immediate area, but there is that of a ripple effect. And it really opened my eyes and my thinking into knowing to be a human being and to being an adult.
Did you also take the victim accountability letter training class?
No, ma'am. When I took the victims awareness class, that was before they started instituting that. But I did write my letter and turned it in, but that was when it was supposed to be just put onto that of a database. And when I was writing that letter, I wrote that letter with complete sincerity that I apologize. And I know that what I did was very wrong. And I stole and took something that shouldn't have been stolen or taken. And I completely apologize. Completely.
Thank you, sir. I don't see that there are any other questions, so I think that we are prepared to vote, and I'll ask Mr. Tillis for his.
I really appreciate what you've done since you've been there, and you didn't just start it, as your attorney said 5 years ago. I hope you continue, and I see the remorsefulness in you. I see the support you have behind you. Law enforcement has opposition, is in opposition of your release. So today my vote's going to be with a sad heart to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, everything that he said. We do see that you're making every effort to become a new person while you're in prison at this time. But because of the brutal, heinous nature of the crime, and we do have law enforcement opposition, and the DA is opposed, and the family is opposed, I'm going to vote to deny.
Mr. Craig.
I concur.
Mr. Frick.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Proctor, you've received 4 votes to deny your application today, sir. So today your application for a commutation has been denied. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Tim?
Carl.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dietrich. Hello,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC.
My name is Brian Dietrich. My number's 125055.
Right, Mr. Dietrich, and you have counsel with you this morning. Would you introduce yourself, ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Allison Adger on behalf of Brian Dietrich.
Okay, thank you. Let me acknowledge the folks who are here in support today, Mr. Dietrich. On Zoom, we have the Parole Project and Earl Ramey, both who will be speaking on your behalf. Also here with us in Baton Rouge, well, you have Taylor Nichols there with your attorney, I believe. Good morning. Here with us in Baton Rouge, I don't know that everybody's in the room, but in support, we have Ann Brown, Kim Poe, Charlotte Dietrich, Edward Sakini, Daryl Dietrich, Diane DePiro, Mike Viator, Marilyn Dietrich, Steve DePiro, Joe Prokop, Tim Dietrich will be speaking, Danny Truly, and Michael Dietrich. So all those folks are here in support. In support of the victim, we're here with us. We have Denise Shepard, Robert Shepard, Jennifer Hebert, Robert Shepard, and Charmaine Delchon. And we'll call on those who have indicated they'd like to speak at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Dietrich, let me read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Dietrich, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in March 1989 in the 19th Judicial District, East Baton Rouge Parish, to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Dietrich?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first thing we'd like to do this morning, Mr. Dietrich, is get your statement. We'd like for you to tell us what did you do while you're in jail? Why are you seeking a commutation, and why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
With the board's permission, the last time I came, I had a problem articulating myself, so I took the initiative to write what I'd like to say, please.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Good, thank you.
First, I want to thank the board for this hearing. I also want to apologize to Mr. Saulnier's family for the pain I've caused them. Being here today only causes them to suffer more, and I deeply regret that. For me to say positive things about myself when I've destroyed so much by taking Patrick Saulnier's life is difficult. The impact on him and his family is immeasurable. My actions that night have weighed heavily on me for 38 years. I wish I could reverse what I did, but I can't. Every day I have regretted it. A few months before I met Mr. Saulnier, I was arrested for 2 armed robberies and placed in the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. After being there a few weeks, several inmates attempted to rape me. I fought and I yelled as hard as I could while they tore my clothes off. Because of the amount of noise I made, other inmates stopped it. When the guards came, I was removed from population and placed in a one-man cell. I sat in that cell, reliving the horror in my mind until I finally bonded out. A few weeks later, I met Mr. Saulnier when I went to have my car battery charged at Kmart. While talking to him, I asked about a job. A few days later, a guy named Jason and I went to Mr. Saulnier's. He had us organize a storage room on his back patio. When we were leaving, he told me to check back in a few days to see if he had any more work. On the night Mr. Saulnier died, Jason and I went to a bar and shot pool. While there, we smoked weed, took LSD, and drank. After several games, we decided to go to Mr. Saulnier's. It was late when we arrived, but he answered when we knocked. We asked him about more work. He said he didn't have any, but invited us in to drink some beer anyway. During our conversation, he told us about a new shotgun he had bought and showed it to us. After putting it away, he went to get a beer out the refrigerator and realized we were out. Jason offered to go get more and left. When Mr. Saunier and I went back to talking, I took my knife out and showed it to him. I did not realize the mistake I made until he began to offer me money for sex. I was uncomfortable and tried to change the subject. He became aggressive. All the emotions from the parish came rushing at me. I tried to leave, but a fight started instead. I was able to get the knife back and I lost control of myself. I stabbed Mr. Saunier over and over and over again. In the end, I cut his throat. All of my shame and helplessness came out of me, and Mr. Saunier died because of it. Coming to prison saved me from myself. I was a reckless, out of control young man with no thoughts about his future. To blame drugs or other people for what happened would be inaccurate and deceptive. Everything that happens falls on my poor decision making, my immaturity, and my selfishness. When I arrived in Angola, I knew I had to change. Since I never finished school, I enrolled in the GED program. After earning my diploma, my dad challenged me to take courses from LSU. Without a teacher, learning was hard. I had to learn self-discipline and responsibility, two traits I never had. I still found ways to hurt myself, though. The best example I can give are my 2 failed urine tests. My continued drug usage in prison cost me the support of my father and grandfather. Both stopped coming to visit, and all financial help ended. I lost everything important to me. I was broken on the inside. As I stood at the crossroads, I had to choose which path to take. With my life in ruins, I made the decision to look up for the first time. In 1998, I started going to church. As I attended the services, I began to see the changes that needed to happen in my life. As I grew, I found peace inside myself. I was given the strength to stay away from drugs finally. In the fellowship itself, I found friends who helped me in my struggles and held me accountable. I was pushed to excel and told what I needed to hear when I messed up. I finally began to understand what was expected of me in life. In 2002, I was given a trustee status. I worked a variety of jobs and learned many job skills. I've been sent to work on special projects outside of Angola, like building chapels at Winfield, LCIW, and Fo Shui. The greatest blessing I've had as a trustee was speaking at a church in Moss Bluff twice. Those trips still resonate inside me because I was able to share my life with other people. As my journey continues, I have good days and bad days. I've learned how to deal with them that matters. The hardest lesson I've had to learn was to look in the mirror and accept what I saw. Can I say I'm a changed man? Yes, I can. I can see who I was, and I can see who I am now. I was once a selfish, reckless taker with no regard for others. Now, I do my best to give back, to help others, and to be a positive impact on those around me. I have come before you asking for mercy, the same mercy I did show Mr. Saunier. I'm asking you to have faith in me, even though you don't know me. The programs we take to help us are to help us rehabilitate. Everything they have to offer has been poured into me. I'm asking this board for a second chance. I'm asking this board to recommend me for clemency. Before I end, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Saunier's family again for all the pain and suffering I have caused in your lives. Thank you for allowing me to share this.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich, for being prepared this morning. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Dietrich?
He's a Class A trustee. He lives at Camp F. He works in the maintenance area. It says he does general maintenance and repairs for the camp. He AU'd here in 1989. He has served about 46 years. It says he's a Class 2 offender. He's had 18 disciplinary reports, the last being in September of 2014. He did complete his GED in 1991, Celebrate Recovery in 2022, Anger Management in 2009, Victim Awareness in 2020, and he just completed the letter accountability program, and I believe he wrote his letter just recently. His Thinking for a Change was completed in 2018, and his Tiger score is low.
Great, thank you.
Pastor, did he 100 hours, 30 years?
Has he did the 100 hours program pre-release?
Yes, his certificate should be in the packet.
Thank you. So we'll hear from those who want to speak and support first, the parole project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Brian Dietrich. To echo the sentiments of the warden, he is a resident of Camp F. He's a Class A trustee. He works in maintenance. And like he said, he's been transferred to multiple facilities to do special projects because of his significant level of programming, including participating in NAAA. He served as a legal aid, participates regularly in Bible study. And because he completed his GED program in 1991, we have accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms. He will also be given a reentry specialist that will guide him through his reentry process. Because of his record and his rehabilitation, we ask the board to grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. And also on Zoom, we have Earl Rainey.
Okay.
Hello? Yes, sir. We can hear you, Mr. Rainey. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Earl Rainey. I've been knowing Mr. Dietrich since 1997. He was definitely a different man from what he is right now. He has been a changed man. The way that I know him is through our organized Bible studies there at Camp F. And at Camp C, when he was there, we had a session going on at that time there. My report on Mr. Dietrich at this time is nothing but favorable. He is an extremely talented young man. He can do almost anything. He does a variety of things there in Angola. He works diligently and doing whatever he's called to do. He's very talented and he's very dedicated. I know Mr. Dietrich is a very different man than what he was 28 years ago. He has just changed so much. He's so helpful to other people. I think that he would really be a benefit to society today on the outside. I really can't say enough about his character. He is very, very knowledgeable of the Bible, very Christian attitude, actions, speech, and everything else. I do highly recommend that if the board will grant this, that he get a second chance. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Now here with us, we have Mr. Tim Dietrich. Step to the podium, sir.
Tim Dietrich, Brian's uncle, along with myself, he has 3 of them in the ranks. You know, growing up, I'm only like 8 years older than Brian, so we didn't grow up together because he was an only child. But anyway, I had the opportunity to go visit with Brian and earlier this year at Angola, and I've been very pleased with talking with me, so what he has done since he's been there to help himself and help other Indians. and several other inmates, security officers there, being complimentary. Got to bring him Sid from, Alan, which is his own spot. So, Brian gave Cindy a big stack of what he's been able to do since he's, been in Angola to improve himself as a mother, so. And we, all my brothers and sisters and siblings are anxious and would like to see Brian out, and we will help him. He's good. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here and showing strong support. Now we'll hear from the victim's family. I believe Ms. Charmaine Deltramp wants to speak on Zoom. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you today for having me speak for the family. In 1985, Brian Diedrich decided to go rob and murder my uncle. He stabbed him 16 times, 9 in the back, the coward he is, 3 in the chest, 4 in the throat, and essentially decapitated him. No reason but to rob him. He makes excuses for everything. It was, first off, he said he was raped in jail. He wouldn't have been in jail if he wouldn't have did what he did. He received life without parole. The prosecutor had asked us, the family, if we wanted the death penalty. We said no, because it shouldn't have been our choice to choose his life. But he sure did choose my uncle's. He received life. My uncle received the death penalty. We received the death penalty because we no longer have our uncle with us. I promised my mother before she passed away, which was my uncle's twin sister, that I would fight for the family and I would fight to keep him behind bars. He called my mother from Angola on her birthday to wish her happy birthday. What sick person does that after murdering her twin brother? What he did to my uncle is not human. It's an animal. So please keep him caged. My uncle has missed out on his daughter, his 3 grandchildren, his 2 great-grandchildren, and us family members. That was all taken from us from his choice. He chose that. He has a pattern. It's a circle. He tries to get what he wants, and he does anything he has to, rob, murder, whatever he has to do to get what he wants. He constantly he gets in trouble. 5 years ago, when he came up for parole, he got into trouble. So it's a constant thing. And I don't think it's fair. And I'm begging y'all, please don't release him, because he will do it again. I can promise you that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you on behalf of the family. Mr. Dietrich, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Adler, we'd like to hear from you before we start our interview. Thank you, Mr. Tillis.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Allison Adler, and I'm honored to represent and speak on behalf of Brian Dietrich today. You've heard Brian recount the events that led him to sit before you today, the details of the crime for which he's been convicted, and I hope that you felt the weight of his remorse in his remarks. I hope also that you were able to understand the helplessness and fear that 19-year-old Brian felt in those moments just before he lost control and took Mr. Sonia's life. Terror and fear that he admits was heightened by drugs and alcohol. Brian takes full responsibility and does not come before you with excuses for his actions. He acknowledges the violent nature of them, but he hopes that the context he provided would be taken into consideration as you make your decision today. Even still, the result of Brian's action was a life lost and a family devastated. For more than 3 decades, Brian has regretted his actions 38 years ago, and he has tried to make up for the pain that he caused by seeking rehabilitation and growing into a man who is worthy of a second chance. Brian expressed that it is difficult to say kind things about himself in light of his crime, so I hope to do that for him today.
I'd like to share with you now a few reasons this board should vote today to grant him a second chance and why he would honor that chance if released. As Brian told you, when he first arrived at Angola, he was still abusing drugs. He did not have a direction for his life. He knew that he needed to find one, and his first step towards bettering himself was to obtain his GED and then to take college courses through LSU. But during his first decade of incarceration, Brian failed a first, then second drug test, which became the catalyst for his true change. He hit rock bottom, lost visitation and the support of his family, and as he said, he found himself at a crossroads. Brian turned to God and began to pursue sobriety. Brian has now been sober for over 2.5 decades. He's completed Living in Balance, AA 12 Steps, and Celebrate Recovery. Brian knows that he will always be an addict, but he has pursued coursework and relationships that will help him to remain sober if released. Additionally, as part of his transition plan, we've located AA meetings in the area where Brian intends to reside, and he plans to attend those. In addition to his substance abuse programming, Brian has completed Thinking for a Change, 100 hours of pre-release, character counts, and Cage or Rage. Brian has taken both victim awareness, and you'll see, and as mentioned by the warden, as of last week, he's also completed the victim accountability letter portion of that course. Through victim awareness, Brian was able to see from a broader perspective how much damage his decision caused the Sonia family, not just in that moment, but the future as well. Victim awareness also showed Brian how his crime affected not just Mr. Sonia's family, but his family and community as well. Most importantly, Brian's relationship with Christ has supported his recovery and rehabilitation. You will see that Brian has amassed nearly 30 religious certificates. Through these Bible studies and participation in ministries, Brian has come to know multiple men who have acted as spiritual advisors to him. You heard from one of them, from Mr. Rainey earlier. These relationships and Brian's relationship with Christ have developed his faith and allowed him to move from the shame of his crime into repentance and devotion. Brian has not just been a recipient of spiritual counseling, but has taken opportunities to serve in ministry as well. Brian has served as an assistant pastor at Camp C for several years while he was housed there. He was also invited to speak at First Baptist Church in Moss Bluff on more than one occasion. You heard him mention this. Twice, he traveled with unarmed guards wearing plain clothes and spoke to the congregation there. This experience demonstrates not only the power of Brian's faith and his speaking abilities, but also the level of trust placed in Brian by the wardens and guards in Angola. Brian has committed himself to community service even beyond ministry work while he's been incarcerated here. For years, Brian participated at the main prison and tours that came through Angola. He estimates that he spoke to over 50 groups. And as you saw in his impact letters, students from St. Paul's School wrote kindly of him. They wrote of the ways that he changed their perspective on incarcerated individuals and that they would remember his words to them for the rest of their lives. Brian served the men at Angola as a school teacher for several years, helping them to learn material necessary to earn their GEDs and to set themselves up for success after release. He's facilitated events for the men at Camp D through Social Orientation Club, and for years he provided a fish lunch for hospice volunteers and patients. Brian is an exceptionally gifted craftsman, and he's volunteered his time and skills to remodel multiple homes on the B line here at Angola. He's removed porches, moved walls, custom built new cabinets for homes. And he's also donated his carpentry works to the United Way and local baseball teams in West Feliciana. His carpentry skills and the trust placed in him by the security here at the facility have allowed him to be sent outside of Angola for special projects. You heard him mention LCIW, Winfield, and Foch Wade. He's worked in the maintenance department for years as a trusted worker in refrigeration, sheet metal, AC units, and just last night he was called out at 11 p.m. to help with a plumbing issue at Camp F. His supervisors say that he is dependable and a self-starter. If released, Brian plans to continue to give back to others in his community through ministry and other acts of service like the ones just mentioned. Brian's reentry plan includes transitioning through Parole Project. He then plans to live with Catherine Pickerel, the daughter of Earl Rainey, who you just heard speak, in Denham Springs. Through Brian's relationship with Earl and Kathy's own ministry to the men at Angola, she's become like a sister to Brian. Kathy is committed to helping Brian transition back into society and supporting him in any way needed. While Brian's immediate family is no longer here, Members of his extended family are at headquarters in support of him, and you heard one of them speak as well. Brian has also developed rich and deep relationships with many men who have come to Angola through their ministries. Sitting in front of you and attending on Zoom, you'll see his network of people who have come to love Brian like family and are ready to welcome and walk with him should he be released. Kathy has also offered Brian a job at her travel agency. There, Brian will assist with clerical work as needed. He will also have the opportunity to put his craftsmanship skills to work through building improvement projects for Kathy and others in the community that she intends to connect him with. Brian is an incredibly accomplished carpenter who sold cabinet, hutches, tables, and more at the rodeo for years. He hopes to continue building and selling his woodworking on the side. Brian knows that he will never be able to make up for the pain and loss of his actions 38 years ago. But through his relationship with Christ, he knows that redemption is possible, and he intends to spend the rest of his life seeking that redemption. Brian hopes to use his story to bring others into relationship with Christ and to turn them away from causing the same harm that he's caused. The Brian Dietrich before you has been reborn and renewed. He told you that he was immature, selfish, and a poor decision maker when he first arrived here. But he stands before you now, a devout, hardworking leader in his community. Brian has become a productive and obedient inmate at Angola. He's been a Class A trustee for over 20 years and has been trusted throughout Angola and other facilities. Brian has had just 18 write-ups in his 36 years of incarceration. Only one of those in the last 25 years, and the last one over 10 years ago. Brian is not a disciplinary problem. Brian's age puts him past the known age of criminality. His age, his conduct, and the trust placed in him by the wardens and staff here evidence that he is not a risk to society or a risk to reoffend. Members of the board, because Ryan has relentlessly pursued opportunities to rehabilitate himself through programming, his education, his sobriety, and his faith, we ask that you find that Brian Dietrich's transformation these past 36 years demonstrates his remorse, growth, and redemption, and that they show that he is ready and able to be a contributing and successful member of society. We humbly ask that you recommend Brian Dietrich for clemency today. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a lot of information. Now, Mr. Tillis.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Dietrich. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Tillis. I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good. Your last write-up was when?
2014.
2014. You said you had some good days when you were speaking earlier. Good days and bad. What happened with the bad days? What happened? What was going on?
Bad days are like whenever I'm at work and like I'm working on a particular project, and guys will walk up to me, 3 and 4 of them at a time, and they'll ask me, Brian, would you come work on this? Would you come work on that? And you just begin to get overwhelmed to a degree. And I just have to take a time out and say, look, whenever I get there, I'll get there. I'm going to take care of you.
And your last time using drugs?
1998.
That was when you were incarcerated? You failed the 2 tests?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Okay. How old were you when this happened?
I was 19.
Okay. And how did you know the victim's mother?
How did I know the victim's mother? I didn't know.
Okay, well, they said that you tried to call her on her birthday.
That was the victim's sister. I didn't know that it was her birthday, but I had gotten through the police reports, I had gotten a phone number for her, and I was trying to apologize for what I did, even though I hadn't gone to trial yet. But I don't remember wishing her a happy birthday.
Okay, so that was quite some time ago then. That was
while I was in the parish prison, yes, sir, before I went to trial.
Okay, and you were on probation when this happened?
I was inside the jail awaiting trial.
Okay, so you hadn't been put on probation. You wasn't on probation.
Well, I was on probation for the 2 counts of armed robbery.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you on probation?
if I recall correctly, it was 4 years and they ran the probation while I was incarcerated.
And, what kind of weapon you had in the armed robbery?
A sawed-off shotgun.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I was just gonna, ask exactly what Mr. Freeman asked about the phone call, because you know that that's forbidden, any kind of contact with victims, right?
At the time, I didn't, ma'am. The guards, she called, the sheriff's department, and the guards came and told me that it was illegal for me to do that, and if I did it again, they would put charges on me, and I've never reached out after that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure that that was tended to. No.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's just put this on. If you do it again, the victims should call the warden immediately and let them know that they've received a phone call from him. Because the warden will take care of it right instantly.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's how to handle it if it should happen again. I do want to say, I had read in one of the letters that the victim's daughter had to do the crime scene cleanup. I know that back then, crime victims reparations didn't have, well, in fact, I don't even know if it existed back then. And so a lot of people, they had that that attitude to tragedy, that they had to go into the crime scene and clean it up. From what I understand, that happened here. And that's something else that. But I do have to compliment you on your letter. That probably the most excellent accountability letter I've ever heard. Covered the victims, you covered the crime. You did, I mean, I'm reading the report and you did that. And so that's very good that you were able to do that. And you called out your victim's name and acknowledged everything about that. You do have law enforcement opposition with the DA. They support the family's opposition. So you need to know that. And you do know that your crime was very brutal and heinous. And then just before that, you had the armed robbery. So you were on a spree.
Yes, ma'am.
Bad things. But you sure have done a lot of good too with your life since you've been in jail. And I compliment you on that. So, thank you very much for your honesty, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Dietrich, I think we're prepared to vote. Tell us.
My vote today is to grant commutation of sentence to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I will concur with Mr. Tillis on that. Commutation of 99.
Mr. Fraser.
My vote to deny victim opposition and brutality of the murder.
Mr. Freeman.
We haven't done excellent things, but at this time, my vote is also to deny due to law enforcement and victim opposition.
All right, Mr. Dietrich, you've received 2 votes that were favorable, 2 that were not. As you know, it requires 4 votes for any favorable consideration. So today, your application has been denied. So good luck to you.
Thank y'all.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Norfleet. Y'all are still on mute. Can you unmute? And then we'd like to hear you introduce yourself, your name and DOC number.
My name is Joseph Norfleet, 365707.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let me acknowledge, before we get started, I want to acknowledge some folks who are, you can see on Zoom, who are here in support of the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake and your cousin Ernest Incar, both of whom will be speaking on your behalf. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have some folks representing the victim. We have Bridget Payne, Anula Darby, Samaj Darby, Marquita Darby, and Janice Payne. And Miss Janice Payne wants to speak, and we'll allow her to do so at the appropriate time. First, let me just read a little bit of identifying information, Mr. Norfleet. You're classified as a first felony offender. You are seeking the commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish, March 1996, to a life sentence for first-degree murder. Is that information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Norfleet, we'd like to first hear from you. Tell us, what did you do? Why are you seeking a commutation? Why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
I'm asking for a second chance because I have truly learned to appreciate life and to respect life. I have taken several classes that have helped me along the way to understand the value of life, also the harm that I have caused, that I have always accepted responsibility for, but it made me understand the depth of it, that it was wrong. I have always been remorseful for it, and every day I carry it with me, and I'm just, ooh, this isn't coming out the way I thought it would. I'm asking for a second chance because I'm not that young man I was that didn't take time to think about things and was just acting. I learned the responsibility of thinking before doing any and everything now. And that has helped me tremendously. And because I know I will be productive if I'm granted a second chance. And there's a lot of things I want to do, and mainly is to help others not to have to pay for their mistakes with their lives if they can prevent from making those mistakes.
Thank you, sir. Morgan, what can you tell us about Mr. Norfleet?
He AU'd the LSP in 1996. He served about 29 years. He's a class 1 offender. He is a trustee that lives at our main prison compound. He was working in the welding part of maintenance. He just recently moved on May 30th to the carpentry shop. He has had a total of 42 disciplinary reports, with the last one being in 2020. He completed welding in 2011, healthcare early training in 2012, victim awareness in 2010, parenting skills in 2019, anger management in 2019, 100-hour pre-release in 2019, and tier walker training in 2005. He also has various certificates for faith-based programs as well. Tiger score is low.
You said the last write-up was in 2020. Can you tell us the details of that? I'm asking the warden.
It was a rule violation 28, work offense aggravated. It says on the above date and time, offender Joseph NORFLEET, left work early. We were working over to get some jobs out. And he and I talked about overtime Monday and Friday. He has a Muslim call out and he said he couldn't work the rest of the week. He said he didn't know he had to work, or even though we had discussed it and it was posted on the office door. So he knew about it and left anyway. We also scanned y'all over some letters. Reggie scanned y'all over some letters. I guess it would be from other inmates speaking about the things he does in the different organizations that he helps with.
Thank you. We do have those. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. We'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf first, Mr. NORFLEET. Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Joseph NORFLEET. He's a trustee. His maintenance job is carpentry. Because of his family support and his programming, because of his VOTEC certification in welding, and because he's obtained his GED in 2009, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. He will be given a reentry specialist that will guide him through the process. Based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask the board to grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ankar. I'd like to hear from you, sir. Can you unmute your microphone? Now you're still on mute. No, sir, still on mute.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, we can.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to all of you all. I am Joseph NORFLEET's cousin, and I want to say that y'all have a totally different person from the time that he's went in there. And for me coming to visit him, I see a tremendous amount of change in him. And I would just ask that y'all would give him a second chance if it's y'all will and God's will. He's really a wonderful person. You get to know him. He really is.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Thanks for sharing your comments with us today. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from James Darby's. Miss Janice, can you want to speak? Or are you?
My name, I
And what's your name? Okay, I got it. We'll have to hear from her first, and we'll hear from you. To the podium, please.
James Fain, I am the mother of James Fain, the 9-year-old child, Joseph took life. I feel that, my son was 9. He didn't have the opportunity to live life, to make decisions. He was a very smart child. He was 9 years old. He was 9 years old going 7th grade. But and his cousins, they home with me. It was in the 7th grade. He was on the 4th grade. Helping out. He was very intelligent. He had just he wanted to be a professional football player, basketball player, take care of me and do that. We had a very close relationship. That was my first child, my only son. And Joseph I feel that he took everything away from him, away from me. He took my child, he took a part of me. And every day, I don't go a day without thinking about my child. Think about what he would be doing in life right now. How many grandchildren I would have. My child 40 years old today, if he was living. And he just took all that away from me. He took my daughter, brother, a big brother. He took my grandchildren that I have now, uncle. We talk about him all the time. My oldest granddaughter's name after him, Samaj. He took his name, turned it back, his name to Samaj after him. He's in our heart every day. And I still believe that Joseph had the opportunity. He's going to classes, he's taking the trades. My son had the opportunity to do none of that. He never had the opportunity to see, he was gonna graduate from high school, get a job, become a father, be a great uncle. I'm not there, he was absolutely nothing. He was 19 years old, he took my child life. Those had the opportunity to think and realize, you can live your life. You could be in college, you could be whatever you want to be right now today. If you would have been high-headed and just coming on the street and crowd of people. Take my child life away. Carrying a gun that was targeting my child. Doesn't mean you take my child life. I remember that day, like it was yesterday. Like it was yesterday. And my niece, it was tea. It was a relief today.
You don't have to.
I put the fight up, I made her go home. I made my niece Bridget, come on, let's go. We was walking down the street, and it was supposed to be over. I was shooting proud people when they got baby, like my child was a baby. A baby, he walking down the street with a plate with, right, I picked up potato chips. Eating potato chips, and you shot it probably to my child like in front of my face, in front of his baby sister, in front of his auntie, his cousins, everything. It's just not fair. It's not fair. You know, I recommend that you would finish this sentence.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. And, concluding.
Marquita Darby, James, suspect. And I also recommend that he finish this sentence, and just like my mom said, how he's saying the classes that he going to, I'm going to be okay. I have a lot of kids. I want my mom to have a lot of grandkids. And no one understand that it was just me and my brother. I lost my brother, but I also lost my mom. My mom was, and that happened to her. She was a whole different person. I used to cry and ask my family why she don't love me. She wish it was me instead of him. Oh, and I know she loved me, but she was just so hurt. And she couldn't even face me at the time. She was so hurt. And I used to ask people like, she wish she wasn't me instead of him. Why she don't talk to me? And I was only 7 years old. But it's like I lost my mom when I needed her to be there for me, but she was so hurt. I had to be a big girl and be there for her. It was no little time. My mom never been on drugs. She never did nothing. She was so strong. But it was that time that I had my oldest family member saying, my mom used to cry and say she wanted to go to this body drugs. Every time she closed her eyes, she see her baby on that ground. And I thank God that she didn't. And I thank God he gave her the strength. And I understand I was 7, he was 19. So of course I'm a different person, he a different person. But we don't get a chance to see that. I'm the only kid left now. It is me, my mother, and my church. They don't have big cousins from my brother. It's my cousin Bridget. That's my mom, sister, kids. I see them with they still, and my mom's sister had 6 kids. When life gets tough, they have each other to fall on. I don't care if bills do and they need help. I don't care if someone lose their home, they go stay with a sister, brother. I don't have no one. I have to be strong because it's just me and my mom. That's it. If God forbid, God take my mom to take me, my mom and I live together right now with my husband because of my mom, she get depressed and she get alone. And my mom never celebrated a money. You can go back and check anything. It happened on Mother's Day. I don't know if you guys know. He killed my brother on Mother's Day in front of all of us. My mom never celebrated a Mother's Day since. I can't even enjoy that with my mom. Just normal things that my kids do with me. We can't do that with my mom. Me and my cousin were really close. We try to get her, come on, teach my baby. She would say, come on, teach me, let's go. Let's go have dinner. Let's go do nothing. My brother, man, you know, you in like 9-year-old in school, you do the love, all the stuff at school. So my brother made my mom a butterfly. You know, that was his Mother's Day gift to her. And that came home from school that Friday, man. Of course, he died that Sunday. So that was her last gift. And something about that, she cherished that. My son came home. I have a 12-year-old now, but he was 9. He came home with me at 9 with a butterfly. It broke me in pieces, and I went to my mom and I cried. And it was right for Mother's Day because it was my Mother's Day. And we was having a gathering because that's when me and my husband got married. And we was going to celebrate Mother's Day at City Park, New Orleans, and the park. So I'm like, Mom, I'm scared. I took it too many times. It was a park. We celebrate every Mother's Day. My baby go home with butterfly. It took everything out of me. Mom had to be strong, like, that's gone. We putting that behind us. We gonna celebrate you. And we gonna do it at this fall for Mother's Day. But like that butterfly brought something to me. And I don't even know what to get up here and say. And I'm a godly person. And I know people do this, but second chance, we heal me. But my brother didn't get his picture. Like, he can't come up here on the stream and tell he can't in heaven. They put a stream up and tell his story and ask for a second chance. It don't work like that. I believe at 19 years old, I have my daughter right there, she's 19. If she go take someone's life like that, if for no reason, not no self-defense, no nothing, just no reason, blow his brain out. Half my brother's head was going to have to make some stuff with him. Then I saw my mama picking him up and she crying after he fell, picking him up. My brother kid is falling. That's something we could never forget. We could never forget that. And I suggest that he finish his sentence.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing with us. All right, Mr. Norfleet, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Answer any questions he may have.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay, just thinking.
Tell me what you're thinking.
About the pain and harm I caused to the Payne family, as well as to my own family. The loss of James' life, it was not something that I set out to do, and just always accepting responsibility for it. I have from the very start, and I'm here today before each of you, and I still accept responsibility. I just being remorseful for it and just trying to hopefully to show each of you that I am a thinking man. I'm not a person that just go around doing rotten things or looking for trouble, causing trouble. I never lived my life like that. I know what happened was wrong. It was a mistake, and I still accept responsibility for it. I have from the very beginning, and I still do right now today.
I see. Can you remember what year you came to Angola?
96.
96. When did you start classes to better yourself?
The first class, I don't exactly remember the year, but it was victim awareness class. It was the very first class that was presented here in Angola. And at first I was thinking that it was just something positive to get involved with. I didn't really know the impact that it was going to have on my life ever since I took that class. That class is what I spoke of earlier, and it helped me to really understand the impact of the harm that I caused. It made me take a deeper responsibility for what I've done. It really made me open up and think before I act, which is something I didn't do 31 years ago. I thought I knew what it was to live life, but now I have learned to appreciate life and value life. And I know the meaning of life. And all life is to be respected and kept.
I see. Your last write-up was in 2020. When was I wanted to ask the warden, what write-up did you have prior to that?
Hold on, I'm looking.
It's stopped on my screen.
It did.
2017.
2017, a Rule 5.
2017. Thank you, warden.
Aggravated disobedience.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
I have no more questions.
Looking at your disciplinary history, what was the contraband about in 17 and 18?
17 and 18.
You had
It
two
was-
contraband write-ups. Real
Yes.
close, yeah.
Yes.
What was contraband?
It was for a knife charge that was a knife that was found in a pair of my work boots on a job on a weekend, which I did not work. And I was allowed to plead guilty to that by writing a small statement saying it was mine, even though it wasn't. And I was placed in a working cell block. And I think it was like a month or two after that, it was what they call a utility knife with the little screwdriver and flashlight with the little corkscrew and scissors on it. And a guy that works security came in the cell and he found it underneath the mattress of the bed I was sleeping at.
So you had two different knife charges, what you tell it.
Yes.
All right. I saw you were a tier walker. How long did you do the tier walking?
About a year.
Very important job. Appreciate you doing it.
Yes.
It's a tough job. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I just want to really speak a little. You drove by in a car, correct, with the shotgun?
Yes. Yes.
And you just shot out the window. I mean, you leaned out the window with the shotgun and you aimed at whomever was your target. And then James got the majority of the bullet. Is that correct?
I did not actually aim the gun. When the person that was driving the car came around and my brother said, "Oh, that's him." The barrel of the gun honestly was already sticking out of the window. And with the speed that the driver was driving, I really didn't have a chance to aim the gun.
It was going to hit whoever it hit, right? So really, the bullet was just going to hit whoever it hit. Since you didn't have the opportunity to aim, and James was the one that he could have hit anybody. You fired into a group of people, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and two other people got fragments and had to go to the hospital.
I'm not sure about that. I didn't know anything of that.
One person was struck in the neck and another person was struck in the face by a fragment from the bullet. So I listened to everything you said, and I do want to acknowledge the family, the fact that this was done on Mother's Day. That's terrible. There's no good day for a murder, but Mother's Day, Christmas, stuff like that, people don't get past it. And her daughter, I've seen that in families where one child is murdered and the family, the mother and father, just can't get past it. And so the other children really, they lose their parents at the same time too. So I understand what the daughter was saying about that. And the mother did the best she could, because when you talked about your opportunities, those were all lost opportunities for this child. So we've got tragedy all around here. We've got parallel lives and they take different directions. Yours is taking one and that's positive and that's good. But the family, it almost stops their direction. So that's all I've got to say.
One more question, Mr. Knoxon. Who was the intended target?
Truthfully, I really didn't have an intended target because I never stopped to think about what was taking place. And that's why I speak about the man I have become, that I think about everything now, because I think back about those 31 years ago. And if I would have taken the time to think about what was going on, I would have never done that. I love kids. I always have and I always will. I just learned how to value life a whole lot deeper since I've been in here. I learned. I really have.
Okay, I mean, was it another female? Was it a male? I mean, who were we? the target, the person that they wanted to point out?
No, it was just one male.
Okay, so
It
it's a male.
it was just the one guy that was said that had jumped on my sister.
That's all, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Norfleet, when you talked to Mr. Freeman about the contraband and the knife and they found something in your work boot, what was your job at that time?
At the incinerator.
And so I want you to elaborate a little bit about your answer to question number 21, which talks about, have you ever been terminated from a job? And you talk a little bit about the incinerator position and the knife. And then you say, okay, there was something at metal fab, allegation of theft. And then you say, incinerator on a knife report and by 2 corrupted assistant wardens that was later fired. What is that?
That is an assistant warden named Kevin Benjamin, and there was also an assistant warden named Boker. I do not know Boker's first name.
So how did they play into the knife at the incinerator or the boot or whatever? How did they play into that?
It came about that I was taken out of the hobby shop on a Sunday morning because of what was found on the job site.
Which is the knife?
Yes, yes. I had turned in a knife to the supervisor during the week because they was cleaning out an officer's home on B-Land where officers live at up here. And we had to throw away a lot of stuff out of that home. And I gave the supervisor a knife within the case. It was only one knife that was in the case, but it was set up for 2. And that weekend, I was placed in a cell because the other one was found in a pair of my work boots. And as I went to court, I think Mr. William Rosso, I think he was like a major, a colonel at the time, and he told me directly, said, Kevin Benjamin and Boker will not let you go on this because they've been having incidents in the cell blocks. So I was given the opportunity to make a small written statement because I didn't have any help to fight against that. So I wrote it and said it was mine anyway.
That's the point. All right, that's all. Yeah, that's what I need to know. All right, is there any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Norfleet. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis.
Our vote is going to be to grant computation of sentence to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is going to be to deny because you shot into a crowd of people indiscriminately, and then this child was murdered. Also, we have the disciplinary write-ups that, involve a weapon. And then New Orleans PD, they have opposition, and of course, it's extreme family opposition.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny victim opposition. It's a horrendous crime, and I don't buy this business about the knives.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
All right, Mr. Norfleet, you've received 1 vote to grant your application, 3 votes to deny. So today your application's been denied, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Frank, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Curtis Frank, 244655.
All right, Mr. Frank, before we get started, I want to acknowledge the folks who are here in support. On Zoom, you see the Parole Project, Mr. Blake. He'll be speaking. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have your sister Ursula Murphy, your brother-in-law, Sylvester Murphy, John Jones, April Jones, Charlotte Waddles, and Charlotte Thomas. In opposition on Zoom, we have Conta Prince, and we'll be hearing from her at the appropriate time too. First, Mr. Frank, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in December 1994 in the 13th Judicial District of Angelin Parish to life for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that correct information?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you, sir. Before we hear from those who want to speak today, we'd like to hear from you first and get your statement, sir. Tell us, what you did to end up in jail and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I want to talk to y'all for the mistake that I made. I communed my time, rehabilitating myself. I'm not the same man that I used to be. December 26, 1992, I committed a crime, second-degree murder, on Mr. Ricky Ardoin. I made the decision that night to take a life. I was under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And I rehabilitated myself from this.
All right, sir, we'll ask a little more questions shortly. First, we'd like to hear from the warden there. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Frank?
He AU'd at LSP in 1995. He served a total of about 30 years. He is a Class A trustee that's housed at Camp F. He works for Prison Enterprise in one of the warehouses as a stock clerk. He does have a lot of in-service awards from Prison Enterprise for the work that he does in his record. He's had 11 disciplinary reports, with the last one being in 2009 for a Rule 1, which is contraband. He has completed Thinking for a Change in 2018, Malachi Deads in 2015, 100 Hours in 2014, Substance Abuse in 2014, and Anger Management in 2005. He also started the Victim Awareness Program in 2023, but because of a knee surgery, he had to drop the class. I think I want to understand the packet that we sent y'all. It does have a letter that he wrote, and he just took that upon himself to write that accountability letter. And his Tiger score is low.
Good, thank you. So we'll hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf. Mr. Frank, first, the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Curtis Frank. He lives at Camp F. He's a trustee. He has a job in the warehouse because of his program, and he's also active in church, his family support, and him having his GED. We have accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we'll provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluation, social norms, and many other programs. He will be also reassigned to a reentry specialist that's going to guide him through his reentry process. But based upon his rehabilitation and his record, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And here with us, Ms. Ursula Murphy, please.
Good afternoon. I am Ursula Murphy, sister of Curtis Frank. And we are here, just to, at the mercy of the pardon board. We understand that he committed a crime 30 years ago, 30 plus years ago. He's young, grew up in the home raised by grandparents, no father, so he was wild and in the streets, but It's been 30 years now, and we believe that he has learned his lesson. This system has prevailed. It has definitely humbled him. We've had long 30 years of conversating about the situation that occurred, the murder that happened, him being sorrowful, very repentant of the crime that he committed, and he has learned his lesson. And so we are prepared as a family, for him to come home. My husband and I are pastors for 28 years, and so we set up things to be living with us in a safe environment. And we are prepared, like we've done so many other people has come out of prison, to take them through the process of counseling, rehabilitation, getting him a job, getting him situated, to prepare himself to be a civilized citizen again. And so he has a strong family support, 5 siblings that are still alive, his children, his grandchildren. We are prepared to help him to continue on in the path that he's already started, because he's very remorseful. He's very sorry. He understands, what he did, and he understands his reasons for being here for what he did. So the system did not fail. It has worked. And he's broken, he's repented. The church is prepared. Members of the church, we are all prepared to, help him process to get back on his feet again. He's old now, he's in his 60s. He's had several heart surgeries while being incarcerated, knee surgery. And so, he's not a young man, he's not a young kid anymore. Life has taught him, and this lesson has also taught him. So we are begging of you all to have mercy upon him and just to give him another chance at life. That's our prayer. We are just hoping that you all can, find it in your heart to give him another shot at life. I think he'll be okay. I really believe he will. So thank you all. Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sylvester Murray.
Good morning as well. As my wife has stated, I'm the brother-in-law. I'm also the senior pastor of Cornerstone International Ministry. What I'd like to address that over the years, we have helped so many people that have had failures in life. And I believe that the ministry is one of the tools that help a person get their life on track. For so long, so many people have gotten away. And I believe that the Word of God and also good structure where you have a nice, safe environment where we have solid men that have come out of prison that we help rehabilitate them through the Word of God. And even the system of Evangeline Parish even send them to us. Then I have to sign their forms to show that they are in attendance of church. And we also give them like little projects and help just to make them feel a part. And we have seen them become decent citizens. Now they're in a work environment. They have families. And also I believe the same with Curtis Frank that I have visited over the years where we have went, prayed with him. We have saw the change, his repentant heart of him now just being so remorseful, sad that what has taken place. And now he's a new man that now that we know that he's in church, and every time we go, we always have prayer. And we just believe, God, that as my wife has stated, that you have mercy on him to grant him this opportunity for a new start in life. And that is my prayer and my plea as well, that you just give him another shot in life. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
All right, now we have Mr. Ricky Arduin's daughter. Ms. Prince, we'd like to hear from you.
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing me to speak on behalf of my dad and my family today. Originally, so I was a couple of months old when this incident took place around Christmas time. So I was about 6 months old at the time. I understand Mr. Curtis have done his programs and everything to rehabilitate himself, but I don't get the chance to experience any kind of memories with my dad. Yesterday was Father's Day. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yesterday was Father's Day. I have yet to be able to actually celebrate a Father's Day with my dad. I am stuck on living my life through memories that everybody else has been able to tell me. I have not heard the sound of my dad's voice. I have yet to spend a Christmas with him. This happened the day, from what I was told, the day after Christmas. Every Christmas, every Father's Day consists of me going to a graveyard to pay my respects to my dad. I have two boys. My sister has three boys. He has not had the opportunity to meet his grandsons. He has not had the opportunity to watch me and my sister grow. He wasn't able to be there for our weddings. I have watched my grandmother, who is now deceased. I have watched her grieve. I have had to watch my mom grieve. I've had to watch my aunts and my uncles grieve, my cousins. I haven't had the opportunity to be able to give my dad a hug, to give him a kiss on the cheek, to tell him I love him. I'm sorry. And like I said, I understand that he has done his rehabilitation programs, but his family gets the chance to see him. They get a chance to call him, to hear his voice, to tell him happy birthday, to tell him happy Father's Day, Merry Christmas. He is a trustee, so they have opportunities to be able to give him hugs, to have intimate, basically intimate events with him. We don't get that chance. So all I ask is that he continues to l- get continue to go through the sentence that he was given originally and allow us to have that justice for my dad.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us this morning. All right, Mr. Frank, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Yes, sir. Are you doing okay today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we all agree what you did was bad. We agree the victims got opposition. Law enforcement's got opposition also. I was looking and you're listed as a first offender, which was curious to me because in looking at your rap sheet, and I want to go over and just ask you a couple of things real quick. Don't need a lot of details, but in June of '88, you were charged with aggravated battery at Evangeline Parish. What was that about?
It was fights.
Okay, were any weapons involved in that?
Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon?
A knife.
Okay, you had a knife there, but evidently that didn't make you a second offender. Let's move on to August of '88. You were charged with resisting arrest and aggravated assault in Bill Platt PD. What was that about?
Another fight.
Okay, another fight. And what kind of weapon was involved in that?
None.
No weapon? Because
No,
usually
sir.
ag assault means a weapon, but okay. Let's move on to June of '90. You shot at a man who shot at you first, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that didn't make you a second offender either. Then July the 12th of '91, illegal carrying of weapons. What kind of weapon did you have?
A knife.
Okay, you had a knife on that one. Okay, and then let's move on to January of '92. January 16th, '92, you were charged with aggravated assault. What was that about?
Another fight.
Okay, did you have a knife then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, had a knife that time. Okay, then December the 10th of '92, later that year, you shot at a man who shot at you. Another shooting, kind of the same deal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then finally, 16 days after that, you stabbed Mr. Ardwan to death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a first offender to me, but I'll just leave it at that. Can you explain why you so bad and violent?
I was under the influence of drugs and alcohol at the time.
Okay.
Took a lot of my angers out And I can feel the pain that the family's going through right now. Cause I lost my father at a young age, 6 weeks after I was born. I never knew him, I never seen him. I grew up without a father as well.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Oh. What type of community service have you done? Have you done any community service in prison?
I did a lot of programming and helping out with the service over here.
Okay, I see you as a tier walker. How long were you a tier walker?
3 months.
3 months? Why you didn't stay longer than that? You didn't like it?
Then I worked at Devereaux.
What kind of feud were you and Mr. Ordway having? It's like you almost had a little feud going on?
No, not sir. Not that night there.
So what happened? You were leaving the bar and you hit on his hood?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why'd you hit his?
He almost ran over me.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you said you were drunk. What kind of treatment have you taken in prison?
Took substance abuse, anger management.
Are you still in AA and NA?
I finished it.
Finished it? You don't go to meetings no more?
No, sir.
You don't go to meetings if you ever get out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Tillins.
Mr. Franks, do you feel that you're a violent person?
Sir?
Do you feel that you are a violent person?
No, sir, not right now.
But earlier, you felt like you were a violent person. It seemed like you got into a lot of fights. And did you feel that when you were younger?
I did.
Why did you carry a knife?
I just carried it because I was protecting myself.
You used it for protection. Okay. If you were released now, what would be your plans?
Do community service, talk to kids, you know. Do a lot of positive things out there.
So are you kind of hot-headed now, still hot-headed, or are you calm down?
I'm undone with it.
How many questions?
Where are you gonna live?
With my sister.
Yeah, but where at? What town?
Opelousas Parish, Opelousas.
That's real close to where all this went down, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider the road project?
Yes, sir.
I got you.
And you were a vet. You served in Vietnam?
No, sir.
But did you go overseas?
I worked at the club. I worked in the club with the vets.
All right.
Angola.
All right, thank you.
Do you have your GED?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I thought I heard Mr. Blake say it, but the paperwork I had said you were on the waiting list. Are you still on the waiting list?
Yes, ma'am, because I had knee surgery and that took me out of class.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about, I saw some hospital visits, but I heard the warden say your knee surgery, because your last trip was in September of last year. That was for your knee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't have any other questions. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
Yes, sir. My vote is to deny. I believe that you, with the number of violent offenses you have in the past for the victim in law enforcement opposition, and the fact I'd like to see, if you're gonna need NA and AA when you get out, you certainly need it where you are now because it's a life-changing activity. And so I think you need that now. So my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman.
Mine's the same.
Mr. Tillins.
My vote is to grant commutation of sentence to 99 years.
Ms. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Prater.
So, Mr. Frank, you received 3 votes to deny your application. You got some more work to do, sir. You did get 1 favorable vote, so, but the outcome today is that your application's been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
All right, good morning. Mr. Alexander. Good morning. Y'all are still on mute.
Okay.
There we are. All right, Mr. Alexander, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Keith Alexander. My DOC number is 123200.
All right, and let me acknowledge the folks you have there with you. You have Shamiki Alexander will be speaking, Barbara Jones, Tommy Jackson, Doris Menard, Tyrone Glover, and Keith Billingster. On Zoom, we have the Pearl Project, Channing Blake, Yolanda Alexander, your sister, along with Arnold Lewis. And so for those who will be speaking on your behalf, we'll call on them in just a few moments. First, Mr. Alexander, let me read some identifying information. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 14th Judicial District, that's Calcasieu Parish, in October 1988 for aggravated rape. You received a life sentence. Mr. Alexander, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We'd like to hear your statement first. We want to hear what'd you do to get to jail? What have you done since? And why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. On May the 16th, 1988, I committed the act of aggravated rape against Ms. Molly Trahan. On that particular night, we were driving around Lake Charles. I dropped my fiance off to work that night. And as I dropped off from work, I put her to the parking lot and she told me to go straight home. And that's what I didn't do. I did not go straight home. I went joyriding around Lake Charles and eventually ended up in the projects looking for something unproductive to do. At that particular time, we saw the victim, Ms. Trahan, in the projects, and we called her over to the car, and she came and she asked us where could she buy some drugs from. Surely we said, yes, we know where she can buy some drugs from. We got into the car, she got into the car with us, and we went around Lake Charles looking for drugs. And as we found some, we eventually went to a secluded area with the ill-conceived notion that we were on a sex for drugs escapade. I was wrong for thinking that way. I had a misconceived mentality at that time, the mentality of the streets that I can just have my way with whatever I wanted to do. And I was wrong for thinking that way. My perception was warped. So after we got to a secluded area, Ms. Trahan tried to exit the vehicle. As she exited the vehicle, I began to tell her to come back, and I caught her and grabbed her behind her neck and wrestled her to the ground. After she got to the ground, I attempted to have intercourse with her. I attempted to rape her, but for some reason, ma'am, I could not. After I struggled and tried to rape her and could not, I tried to get her to perform oral sex upon me. Again, she turned away and resisted my advances. So I knew something was wrong with what I was doing, and I stopped and I got up off of her. And I just felt that I was doing something terribly wrong. I got off of Ms. Trahan, and after the act was over with, I asked her to get up, assisted her with getting off the ground, and put her into the front seat of the vehicle. I asked her, where could I bring her? And she said, anywhere. She said, please bring me to a payphone where I can call my friends. I dropped her to a store called Peggy's to call her friends to come and pick her up. And that was the last that I seen of Ms. Trahan. But ma'am, I'm here today to say that I'm very remorseful for what I did 37, almost 38 years ago. I had no right of taking away Mrs. Trahan's freedom to be safe and unaffected by crime. I'm very sorry for what I did. I'm very remorseful, and I agree that it was wrong. It was terribly wrong. I had no right to do that. But what I have done since that particular moment coming here to Angola, I've been trying to write a new narrative of my life. Not only trying, ma'am, I have done that. I have invested every opportunity that I could possibly do to better myself here in Angola. I've taken every program, every class that I can to better myself, not to be that same person that I used to be. I've completed countless classes, anger management, 100 hours, victim awareness, sex offender classes, point lookout project. I've done them all, ma'am. And I've done that simply to make myself a better person. I realized that at some point, once I'm released back into society, I have to be a better person. I want to be a giver instead of a taker. I want to be a person that contributes to society and not take away from it. I want to be a person that people can be proud of. I have family that love me, and I want them to be proud of me. But most of all, I want the people that are hurt, I want the people that are offended to know that I am not that same person. I want the people that I've hurt and offended to know that I have tried everything and I have done everything that I could possibly do to become a better person. I'm no longer that misdirected young man that I used to be. Now I'm a person that look at other young men and try my best to help them to get on the right path. I try to help young men here in prison, in my environment, to become better young men, to be more focused, because I'm an example of a person that it only takes for 1 second to put yourself in a bad situation and not think, and you'll end up on a trail you don't want to be on. I'm an example of a person that for 1 minute you can be doing good, and if you don't have a positive mindset, you will find yourself with the wrong crowd, the wrong environment. Now, ma'am, I am a leader. I am not a follower. I'm a person that's an example of how to be a positive person, not a negative person. So, ma'am, I believe that now I am not the same, and I'm a better person here today. In these 37 years, ma'am, I have been corrected.
Thank you for the thought you put into that. We'll move on and let's hear from Warden Olivo. What can you tell us about Mr. Alexander?
Mr. Alexander arrived at LSP in 1989. He has served a total of 37 years to his sentence, a first-degree rape. He is a Class B trustee at Camp F, a minimum B assigned to Camp F Dorm 1. He works as a clerk. He's had 42 disciplinary board write-ups, his last one being in 2013. He's taken victim awareness, but he hasn't completed the letter writing portion yet. Sex offender treatment, anger management, 100 hours, substance abuse, thinking for a change, no bots, tutor certification, moral compass, point lookout project, and compassion training. His tiger risk is low. He's also part of Congressman Clay Higgins' roundtable here at Louisiana State Penitentiary.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Keith Alexander. He resides at Camp F. He's been a Class B trustee since 1998. He's a certified academic tutor. He has programming. He's an inmate minister. He's a veteran from the Air Force. He's the vice president of Vets Incarcerated. He volunteers on the hospital ward. He has family support. And he also has a BA degree from the Bible College. For these reasons, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation today, we will provide reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, and many more. He will also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that will guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to hear from Mr. Alexander's sister, Londa Alexander.
Thank you so much. I'm Yolanda Alexander, Keith's younger sister. I'm 50 years old, and I was about 11 years old when he went into the system. And I wanted to share that before that time, I just remember him as being a very intelligent, bright, and gifted individual. He had a very high IQ score. He was accepted into Mensa. He's a brilliant artist and also a wonderful craftsman, and he was very well loved and likable by everyone. And I believe that during his time there, as was stated, he's spent his time developing himself both personally and professionally, mentally improving himself as well as spiritually. And I've also been able to witness that even despite the circumstances, he's been as active as a father, grandfather, brother, son, friend as possible. And I believe that that would continue if he would be granted release. And I also see that not also would he be able to be a good support and a strong leader within the family, but also be able to continue to mentor outside of the establishment in the community. And I'm also here as a supporting person as well. And I ask, for your grace and hope that you will vote favorably today. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Now we have your daughter, Miss Shamiki Alexander, and I apologize. Tell me how to say your name.
Jamaica.
Shamika, okay. Go ahead. We want to hear from you, Miss Shamika.
Okay. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for granting me the opportunity to be here today. My name is Shamika Alexander. I'm the daughter of Keith Alexander, and today I would like to express my support on his behalf. My dad has been incarcerated here in Angola Penitentiary seemingly my whole life, 37 years to be exact. I was only 5 months old when his life transitioned and he became an inmate here. During my childhood, I frequently visited and always had weekly phone calls. He didn't miss a beat, even for holidays and birthdays, even though he wasn't there with me physically. I am forever grateful that he has still been a part of my life, and I'm honored to stand in the gap for him today. I am pleading for release in his favor, while also praying that today's decision grants his freedom. He has made so many different life changes to better himself, all while obtaining several degrees still being in prison. He has also been a remarkable mentor to his fellow co-prisoners. He has greatly affected many others with helping guys on death row, tutoring, and just simply uplifting people. That's what I love so much about him. Although I understand the impact of the decisions that were made was not right, I believe he has served a full punishment and should be given a second chance in society. He has definitely proved his chances of success. Most importantly, he is now a man of God who has been forgiven for all his wrongdoings. Please allow him to become a great aspect to others in the community, as well as a great support to his family. I'm asking that my dad be granted freedom and be released home today to his family. Thank you all for your time. God bless.
And thank you for sharing your comments with us. Okay, now, Mr. Alexander, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Alexander, I appreciate the letter I've read that you wrote. Very, very good, and you're well spoken. You say the right things and all of that. Tell me what you do right now to help others while you're incarcerated.
One of the things I do, sir, I am the vice president of the Veterans Organization at Camp F. And one thing that we do at Camp F is we go to the hospital on the weekends to visit the guys that are on the wards, especially the vets. And we pass out fresh vegetables, We also pass out hygiene items. And if we have to change guys' diapers or change guys' bedclothes, we do that, sir. Whatever the need is over there, that's what we supply as vets. We don't forget our fallen brothers. And we not only do it at the hospital ward. I live at Camp F, which is the longest term serving and the most oldest inmates in Angola. And there are men right there in the dorm with me, right there in our environment in the camp, that we provide the same service to at our camp. So I think one of the most essential things I do is reaching out to the elderly and the men that are sick.
Okay. All right, you have a number of certificates and a number of good letters, and looks like you got a good support system behind you. You do have some opposition though, as you can well figure. You got the DA is opposed, the sheriff's opposed, chief of police is opposed, and others. But you have the fact that you're a first offender. Let me ask you something. You got into a little bit of a scrape in the military. Tell me what that's about.
Well, so I made a huge mistake. After basic training, I went to my duty assignment in Denver, Colorado. And in Denver, Colorado, they had a program called Swapping Orders. I was assigned at my permanent party to go to but Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. I swapped orders with a guy to go overseas. I wanted to go overseas to tour another country. And I think that I was too young to embrace that. I went to Bitburg, Germany, and there was no oversight. I was 19 years old, going to Amsterdam where everything was legal, and I just became overwhelmed. And being over there with no mentorship, no oversight, I think that I just got overwhelmed by my environment and got off into a lot of bad things at a very young age. And I was discharged and sent back home on an early release.
Okay. I appreciate that. I just was curious about it and wanted to ask. I don't have any other questions, I don't believe.
Yes.
There was another person in the room that wanted to speak.
Yeah, we've already had our 3 speakers. I didn't get any other indication that there was anybody else, so I tried to send you a text. I apologize. Mr. Tiller?
Mr. Alexander, if you're released, what kind of work you plan on doing?
Well, sir, the parole project has offered me residence, also offered me employment. Being incarcerated for almost 4 decades, I felt that in talking to Mr. Blake, the best thing I can do is go to the parole project to allow them to give me a safe transition back into society. I've been gone a long time. I understand it's not going to be easy, so I want all the resources available from people like the parole project to help me to reintegrate back into society. But one of the plans that I have is to work within the parish jails as an at-risk youth counselor with the young men there. I believe that my training, having undergraduate degrees in counseling, undergraduate degree in risk management, undergraduate degrees in conflict resolution, I think that I can be a vital asset helping the young men in the parish jail get on their feet where they won't make the same mistakes over and over and reciprocate back into the prison system.
You're 60 years old now?
Yes, sir.
Great. I have no more questions.
I do.
Okay.
You gave us a summary of what happened, the crime. But when I actually read the police report, it was a very brutal crime. You had a co-defendant that you never mentioned, Mr. Conway. And in the police report, she tried to get away from y'all, and y'all both got out of the car and got her and started beating her. Then she started being held down while the 2 of y'all took turns raping her. And then at the end, you talk about the public phone, and it says Mr. Alexander and Mr. Conway then gave Miss Trahan her clothes. So you took her clothes off, and then you dropped her off near a public phone. So it was a lot more brutal than what you made it sound. Did what I say, is that the truth? That's what I'm reading the police report. There were two of y'all,
Yes, ma'am.
both took turns raping her.
My participation, ma'am, I attempted to rape her, but I couldn't.
But the other guy, Conway,
Ma'am, I can't speak for him, ma'am.
okay, I'm just going by the police report. All right, and then the DA, of course, Mr. Prater said, but he was the one that did have a comment. He said the defendant confessed to a violent multi-offender kidnapping and rape. That was his statement with his opposition, so I thought you should know that. That's all I have.
No other questions? I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Prater.
Hey, looking at your previous record and looking at what you've done in the last 40 years and trying to weigh out just exactly understanding that it is a horrible crime. And I'm not through investigating this, if I might put it that way. In other words, I hadn't made my mind up exactly, but I believe you deserve a chance to come before the parole board. This is the pardon board here, so my vote, after having said all that, is due to what he's done since he's been incarcerated, due to his attitude, due to everything that he's written. My vote is to grant a recommendation to the governor that he be pardoned with to 99 years, and that he have immediate parole opportunity to come back before the board.
Mr. Freeman?
As mentioned by Ms. Stapleton, the crime was horrific, but you have done excellent in prison. You've done a lot of things. And I think you've done a great service to that prison, to Angola, for all those things that you have done. And I really don't think you're a threat to public safety at this time. So my vote is going to be to commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tiller?
And I concur with Mr. Prater and Mr. Freeman.
Stapleton?
I'm going to deny due to the very heinous nature of the crime.
All right, Mr. Alexander, this is your fourth application, isn't it?
Third, ma'am.
Third, okay, third. I will also, I believe you deserve an opportunity for parole, so my vote today is going to be that we make the recommendation your sentence be commuted to 99 years and you be immediately parole eligible. So you've received 4 like votes, so that is the recommendation we'll make on your behalf, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Eric Jenkins, and my mailing address is 17424 Legislative Road, Kentwood, Louisiana, 704.
And are you expecting counsel with you today?
I'm not.
Because I had Vincent Booth.
He withdrew from my case about a year now.
Okay. And what about Emily Posner?
She withdrew from my case about 2 years.
Okay. All right. Just
Please state his address again.
yeah. Could you repeat your address for me?
Yeah, it's 17424 Otis Slavin Road, Kentwood, Louisiana.
All right, thank you. So let me acknowledge, let's see, who is this with us? I have Janet's name twice. So Janet Labar. Labar.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And we'll call on you in just a few moments to
Yes,
speak on
ma'am.
his behalf. Let me just. So, Mr. Jenkins, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in March of 2012 in Orleans Parish for possession of Schedule 1. You received a 4-year sentence that was deferred, and you were placed on 4 years of probation, which you successfully completed. Is that all correct?
It was actually Schedule 2 that I was convicted of, but all the other facts that you stated.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, but before I turn it over to her, tell us, how'd you get in that trouble and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? Why do you think we ought to vote for it?
Yes, ma'am. Well, my name is Eric Jenkins. I've been living in Louisiana off and on for about 35 years, I think, 35 years. I lived here in New Orleans from 1993 when I first came to Louisiana and all the way up until 2017. I went back to California for about 7 years, and 2 years ago I moved to Kentwood. I went to college here. I graduated from University of New Orleans with a bachelor's degree in finance, and I had a pretty successful career in the investment business. I was a finance officer for different broker dealers, Mass Mutual, Pan American Life, mostly broker dealers assigned to insurance companies. And then I got in a relationship with someone who was using meth, and eventually I came to start using it. I was still working in a professional environment when that happened. And then the perfect storm happened, Hurricane Katrina, which displaced me, gave me a lot of free time because I was evacuated out of town. So I had a lot of free time. I had a lot of extra money and I didn't have a lot to do. So my addiction to methamphetamine became a lot more serious. Methamphetamine definitely changes who you are, or brings out different sides of your personality. And it allows kind of like the darker id of people to come to the surface, and they'll do things and think things that they normally wouldn't consider in a rational state. And that's definitely what happened with me. The first arrest happened in Dallas, Texas. In 2007, I was arrested for possession of meth and some other misdemeanor drug charges, possession of a dangerous drug. And I was placed on probation in Texas and allowed to transfer that probation to Louisiana. But that wasn't enough for me, so I got arrested again in 2008 because I had an outstanding warrant. And so I was extradited back to Texas to face the justice for that possession charge from 2007. I also had drugs on me at the time of that arrest, and the DA chose not to pursue this charge. So they dropped that charge, or refused it, I should say. And I was sentenced in Texas to 3 years deferred adjudication. So again, I transferred the probation back to New Orleans because that's where I lived. And while I was in New Orleans, I was selling drugs out of my apartment to support my habit. That was the primary reason of selling drugs. At the time, I thought different things, but in order to support my habit and do what I wanted to do, which was stay high and continue to use meth, I was selling some drugs. So NOPD came and they shut that down. So in January of 2011, I was arrested for possession with intent to distribute and some other drug charges, possession of ecstasy, hydrocodone. Remember what the other two were like. It's about 5 different charges. I did have a private attorney, so we were able to get that charge reduced down to possession, simple possession, schedule 2 controlled substance. I was given 4 years, 4 years sentence suspended, and they allowed me to take Article 893. So in March when I was sentenced, I pled Article 893. I did complete that probation in 2016 with no further arrests or charges. So what's happened in the meantime is I went ahead and went back to work in 2014. I went to work for Whole Foods. They were willing to offer me a job while being on probation. So I was very grateful for that, and I was very honored. And that's where I met Ms. Janet Labar, who's here to speak on my behalf today. I also met someone who was not involved with drugs, who was a really good person, and decided to move to California. So I moved to California. We got married in 2019. So we've been married 6 years on June 22nd. And in that amount of time, I went to work for Target. I moved up to be a team leader for Target. So I was able to move back here to Louisiana as a team leader, and now I work for Aldi as an assistant swimmer. So I've been working very hard to maintain my sobriety, move up within my career, and kind of establish a new career. So to sum up, the reason why I want the pardon is really just, well, let me tell you, the first 2 years that I was out of jail on probation, I felt really embarrassed about what had happened, what I allowed to happen in my life. And it took me about 3 years, it took me then longer than that, it took me about 5 to 6 years before I really even talked about it, because I was so embarrassed. So the biggest reason for the pardon request is just a sense of closure with the whole matter, where I feel like it's really done. It's just fine. The reason why I would like to have firearms is because I do live on 11 acres. I own another 18 acres in Campo. And there's times when I would like to maybe engage in hunting, times for maybe wild hog control or something along these lines. So I would like to have a long gun for sporting purposes. It's the main reason for my request. And then, of course, for self-protection. The other reason I would like to be granted a pardon and considered for them is I would like to maybe go back into the life insurance business. It is an unavoidable question when it comes to the FINRA organization and regulators for investments. You have to disclose everything that's happened to you. Even if you have an expunged charge, you still have to disclose your full criminal history. So I'm hoping that a partner will help with that as a mitigating.
So, Ms. Labar, you want to stand up there and tell us what you'd like us to know?
Sure. So prior to last year, I was a probation parole officer of the district. And you might remember me. And I got a detail at the Whole Foods in New Orleans, and that's where I met Eric. And so Eric and I stood fairly close to each other. We got to talk a good bit. And he didn't elaborate, but he was pretty honest about his past. And I watched him do well at work. I watched him progress in his life. I knew that he moved to California to better his life. He'd met someone. I watched that progress until marriage and a home and property and upward progression. And I really feel like as many times as I have seen people with drug problems fail and lie and drag their life down further and further, Eric has come up with himself up. And I wanted to say that. Well, thank you.
Oh, where are you from?
Better. But I worked out of a district for 25 years.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Eric, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer any questions she may have?
Eric, I mean, she's telling everything she said is true. You have tried to do well with your life since 2011. What kind of programs do you take? I mean, what do you do to maintain your sobriety with your addiction?
I briefly went to AA with my best friend. My best friend is a recovery. And that actually kind of inspired me because for a little while, I was released from jail and first started probation, I did drink a little bit to kind of numb the sense of embarrassment and failure. But then I got back in touch with him, and I went a few times with him with AA, and that really inspired me to really just not. So I have a little bit of alcohol here and there. I've managed to pretty much maintain sobriety since then.
So what about the drugs, NA, narcotics and?
I have not done any NA. I did a program through the probation.
And when did that end?
Let's say 2013.
2013. Because, I mean, it wasn't just that you were using, you were selling also. To what degree were you selling?
I'm not sure how your question is.
I mean, how much methamphetamine stuff? You said that you were supporting your habit with this.
Yes. I would say I never had more than an ounce on my possession at any one time. So usually anywhere between 3 to 8 grams methamphetamine. People who use meth typically use it in quarter gram, half gram, and half 1.75. Those are the most common ways people are.
And I listened to why you wanted the weapon, because the land that you own. I'm gonna pass it to my colleagues.
Question.
Yeah, you know, it's what struck me the most, and Ms. Stephen brought it up. You were on drugs pretty good, and a lot of drug charges were dropped.
Yes.
And yet you never took any real drug classes.
No, sir.
A lot of people can't do that. So if you're granted pardon, you could make some extra money probably selling drugs again.
It's possible.
I have no more questions.
Mrs. Stapleton, you ready to vote?
Yeah, today, Eric, I would like to see some more time pass. I think you're certainly doing everything right. And I understand the embarrassment and that goes along with it. But I do think that you need a little bit, a few more years. And it wouldn't hurt for you to do NA, so you could have that record, or I don't know, something else that you could find, because you did have a bad habit for a while and you got arrested. So that's all I have to say.
You pray.
I'd like to grant this. I think the length of time, even though it could have been longer, as Ms. Stapleton says, that we're not in conflict in what we're saying here, but it's just different rules. But I think your life since then has shown that you can beat this thing. And I appreciate what Miss Janet said. Also, so my vote would be to recommend granting pardon with restoration.
Mr. Freeman.
After listening to the comments of Ms. LaBar, and like I say, she was with us a long time, and she can read a person pretty good. And I think I also read them pretty good myself, and my vote's gonna be to grant with restoration of power.
Mr. Tillers.
My vote's gonna be to deny. I think you need to get some more classes, drug training. I don't believe in your statement about, it's possible to maybe get in there and sell some more drugs. Didn't impress me too much. So I think you need to get some more drug classes. And my vote would be to deny today.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, my vote would be to grant the pardon with restoration of firearms. I think you were very forthcoming with us today. I put a lot of stock in what Ms. LaBar observed personally in you, and but it requires 4 votes. So you've got 3 that were favorable, 2 that were not. So today your application's been denied, sir. That, you'll have the opportunity to reapply. Good luck to you. All right, Mr. Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Jones, 365-876.
All right, and let me acknowledge the facts you have there with you. You have James Hill and William Bienvenu, who would
Yes.
like to speak, and your nephew Landon Bienvenu, who are there in support. And then on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake, and also on Zoom is your attorney. Would you introduce yourself, ma'am, for the record?
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Board. Grace Bronson on behalf of Jeremy Jones.
Okay, thank you. And also on Zoom, you have representing the victim, we have Ms. Bridget Acosta, and she would like to speak, and we'll ask for her remarks shortly. First, Mr. Jones, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. You're classified as a fourth felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in October 2001 in Orleans Parish for a second-degree murder. You received a life sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Jones, tell us what happened, what'd you do, what have you done since you've been in prison, and why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. Me and TJ Empfinger, the victim, we had went from a nightclub to go purchase some drugs, and in the process of meeting up with the drug dealer confronted Mr. Empfinger of robbing him previously and stealing money and drugs from his residence. The drug dealer asked Mr. Empfinger to use his phone, which he placed a call to verify that that was the number that had robbed his house or something or another. Then the drug dealer pulled out a gun. Mr. Empfinger jumped for the gun, and the gun went off. Shots was fired. I ran. We all left the scene. Since prison, I have pretty much been positive as far as doing hospice, substance abuse. I've been the president of AA for 16 years now, and giving back to the community and helping in any way I can.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Jeremy Jones?
He arrived at Angola in 2002, so he served a total of 24 years. He has a life sentence, as you said. He's Class A trustee that lives on Mag 1. He works as a file clerk in the telephone repair shop here at Angola. He's had 19 disciplinary reports, with the last one being in 2020. He volunteers for our hospice program. He does have his GED. He does have auto technician behind him, compassion training, substance abuse. He's the president of the sober group, 100 hours, anger management, and he's completed victim awareness and the letter process as well. His Tiger score is low.
Could we hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake, please?
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jeremy Jones. To echo some of the things the warden has said, he's a Class A trustee. Telephone repair is his job. He has programming, VOTEC and automotive, president of the Sober Club. He's a hospice volunteer. He's been sober for 22 years, and he's obtained his GED, as well as been active in church. For these reasons, he's been accepted into our program. Should he get a favorable recommendation, we're going to give him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental and substance abuse evaluation, social norms, and many others. He will be assigned a reentry specialist that will guide him through the process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And could we hear from Mr. William Bienvenu, please?
How do we do this? Do I switch?
No, you're fine right there. They can hear you.
I'm hard of hearing you, man.
Just go ahead and speak. They can hear you with sitting down.
I can stay sitting up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, just go ahead and speak.
Well, I don't even know where to start, to tell you the truth. I mean, when Jeremy was born, I was denied
seen him. But the man he is today is, he's a lot, I'm proud of the man he is today because back in the early 90s, it wasn't in a good place. But today I'm very proud of him. You know, and I don't know what else to say other than this is his nephew, and I have 3 other sons, and you know, they all proud of Jeremy too.
We're glad that you're here today and there in support. We appreciate it, Mr. Bienvenu. Thank you. And you also have Mr. Hill, Mr. James Hill. Yes, sir. What would you like us to know?
Yeah, I met Jeremy about 10 years ago. My wife and Jeremy grew up together like brother and sister in Lafayette. And Jeremy invited us to the rodeo about 10 years ago. Met him there, we became friends. We're kind of in contact on a regular basis. And we both have a passion for Cajun food. He likes to cook it, I like to eat it. And my wife and I, we live in Florida, and we have a pretty big house with an in-law suite. And when Jeremy's released, we plan on bringing him to Florida to live with us. Gonna open up a food truck there and serve good Cajun food in Florida. And I've worked for the last 46 years in the merchant marine, last 30 years as captain of ships. And we deal with a lot of people who've had checkered backgrounds, I would say. And I've become pretty good at judging people as far as whether they're going to make it or not. And I have no doubt that Jeremy will make it on the outside. My wife had some substance abuse problems years ago, and Jeremy was able to talk to her, teach her about the higher power. And I'm proud to say that she's been clean and sober for 7 years. And it's because of Jeremy, basically. He's a really good person and believes in God and the higher power. And that's all I can say.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you. Ms. Bronson, we'd like to hear from you now, please.
Good afternoon to the board. Again, I'm Grace Bronson on behalf, and I'm honored to represent Jeremy Jones for a commutation before the board today. As you heard from Mr. Jones, this incident regrettably was in the depths of addiction. The Mr. TJ as well as Mr. Jones were out in the French Quarter and went to buy narcotics. They were on cocaine, ecstasy, marijuana, and drinking. And this was a history throughout his childhood. His mother was an addict, started using narcotics at a very young age, and was in the throes of deep addiction at this time. Throughout this case, as well as at trial, and through other filings since his trial, he has always wanted to tell his side of the story. He was not allowed or was not able to testify at trial, and in his application that is before the board, through his own recollection and testimony, was with Mr. TJ on that night as a friend, and left him as a friend. And that regret and that deep remorse of that what happened and the way that drugs and alcohol influenced his decision making has been why he has turned around his life while in prison. As Mr. Blake said, he has been sober. He is the president of NA and AA, and as a volunteer. He is I have seen him at the rodeo multiple times. He is a fabulous cook. and sells at the concession stand as a Class A trustee. He also is a part of the PAWS program, which is a highly recognized program, as you all know, at Angola, and has a dog, and has had multiple that he's trained, and as emotional support dogs for just showing his sense of responsibility and compassion. He also volunteers with the hospice program and has for decades, and has sat with men who are in the last stages of their life as they transition, wrote letters to family members who have lost their loved ones. He also is a sponsor as the head of the club, but also is a sponsor and has helped many, many men overcome addiction, and as well as Mr. Hill testified, has also helped those outside from even his position inside Angola. He is a certified mental health coordinator, and along with being able to recognize destructive behaviors and substance abuse that led him to be in this situation as well, and takes full accountability for that. He also is a fantastic artist and has a lot of certifications, which have also been submitted to the board with his packet. Mr. Jones is before this board today on a second application. He is, and I'm sure will be able to answer the board's questions, but is fully immersed in recovery, and knowing that addiction is a lifelong path. He has always been involved since being at Angola and throughout his entire incarceration with rehabilitating himself, understanding how his past, his childhood, and the trauma of addiction impacted his decision-making as a young person, and coming into Angola at around 23 years old, with all of that in his past, that he has used all of those lessons to uplift others, to help others overcome addiction, and be given the opportunity to continue to do this. If the board sees fit for a favorable recommendation, he has an amazing network of support. He has the parole project support, as well as his extended family, who continue to visit him in prison and reconnect with him throughout his time of incarceration. He's not the same man, and your jobs are very hard, and I have appeared before you all many times to look at the loss of a life, the loss of a family's ability to be with that person, and Mr. Jones's rehabilitation and all that he has done and continues to do while at Angola. And so I know that this is not ever an easy decision, and I submit to the board that Mr. Jones has become everything that he was meant to be through DOC programming, being a caregiver, a sponsor, a teacher, and a true man of integrity. We would respectfully request a recommendation of a commutation of his life sentence to a number of years that would allow parole eligibility. And I thank you for your time and all that you all do.
Thank you. Nice presentation. We'll hear now from the victim's sister, Ms. Bridget Acosta, please.
No mute.
Good afternoon. My name's Bridget Acosta. I'm the sister of TJ Empfinger, and I'm sitting here with his mother and his father. And while we appreciate all the changes and the progress that Mr. Jones has made while he was in prison, he has the opportunity to sit there with his family and his nephew while we sit here with no one, with nothing. TJ never got the opportunity because of this to sit here with his two nieces and his nephew and try to do anything any better. You took that away from him. You took it away from us. and it's not something that we want to see change. His sentence needs to stay as a life sentence. And TJ's father would like to speak.
This is a picture of my son. I see it every morning when I wake up. And I just think what could have been if he was still alive, if I had grandchildren or whatever. But Jeremy Jones needs to stay in prison. He took my son's life. And I don't think he deserves clemency. Here's.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all for sharing those thoughts with us today. We appreciate it. Mr. Jones, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
First off, Jones, I just want to start by acknowledging everything you have done in prison, and you've done perfect. You've done things that we like for you to do, and you're doing some tough things. I appreciate your stuff with hospice. That's, it's very giving of you. But let's get to the case now. So you're saying you did not shoot him, that the drug dealer shot him?
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Why did you go back to the bar room and brag that you had shot him?
I didn't, that's not how it happened. I mean, I was scared for my life, so I didn't brag about anything, sir.
Did you tell someone you had shot someone?
No, sir. It was a statement that was made that was misconstrued.
Okay.
The statement was about what had happened at the other drug dealer's house, and they twisted those words.
Okay, and you went to a trial by jury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see you've taken some very good classes. What class you took that you think is the best?
To me, it would have to be substance abuse, because that's pretty much where my faults were in life, and that's what I got the most out of.
I see you had a couple of, you've had some disciplinary problems. Tell me about the 30X in 2018. What is a 30X? I haven't seen that one yet.
I don't recall. Internet.
What? Help us?
It was use of the internet. I had a family member post a Facebook page, and they thought it was me.
Okay. And what about the fight in 2020? What was that about?
A guy in here had a drug overdose, and I was kind of trying to help revive him. And whenever he came through, he started swinging in the air, and we was rolled up on a simple fight.
I see you got a very, very lengthy criminal history. I mean, it's all due to drugs. There's no doubt about that, but it is lengthy. You're a fourth felony offender, which is high, and you're only 48 years old. How long actually have you served?
24 years now.
20?
I'm in my 25th year.
Okay, and you have applied for clemency before, I heard? Is that?
Yes, yes, sir.
What year was that?
I think 2017.
Haven't been in long, 16 years when you applied. Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Jones, you said you were in fear of your life. What happened to make you afraid or have fear for your life?
Because in the process of the drug deal, the drug dealer was trying to shoot both of us.
Okay. But did you see anybody shoot anybody?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
How big was that alley y'all in?
It might have been 36 inches wide by.
I had shot if he was shooting at you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Jones. I'm gonna ask Mr. Freeman for his vote.
Mr. Jones, like I said, I think you're doing wonderful. It's just not quite your time yet. You've only served 24 years on the earth. So, you know, and regardless of what you say happened, you were found guilty, and it's not our job to retry the case, but I think you're doing great. I think, you know, I will say it right now, in your next application, probably you're gonna make it if you don't get written up anymore and you still stay out of trouble. But today is just not that time. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tiller,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Craig.
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
All right, so you got 4 votes to deny your application, Mr. Jones. So today your application's been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Y'all are still on mute there.
Got it.
There we go. Mr. Johnson, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Ronald Johnson, 118015.
All right, Mr. Johnson. Let me just acknowledge the folks who joined us. We have Ron Hicks, Patricia Tratton, Bo Jaro, and Yolanda DeMole. And we will be hearing from those who've indicated they want to speak on your behalf. Also joining us, representing Ms. Cassandra Johnson, we have Nikisha Grow, Rick Isidore, and John Piquet, all of whom will be speaking. Also in opposition, Ashula Narcisse and Ray Riley, with the Plaquemines Parish Victim Assistance Coordinator, all on Zoom. So before we get started, Mr. Johnson, let me just read some identifying information. You're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in May 1987 in Plaquemines Parish for a second-degree murder conviction, and you are seeking a commutation of your sentence. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Johnson, tell us what you did and why we ought to vote for you today.
Well, since I've been incarcerated, I tried to better myself by helping other people for about 5 or 6 years. Then I got a job at the tag plant, and I worked at the tag plant for about 4 years. And then I got into prison enterprise. And for me, I see myself as not being the same person I used to be. You know, it's like I could be a valuable asset instead of a liability, you know.
Tell us what you did to get locked up in jail.
I committed a felony murder. You know, I killed my wife.
All right, well, we'll get into that in just a few minutes. Let me ask Warden Olivo, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Johnson?
Yes, he AU'd here in 1987. He served about 38 years. He's a Class A trustee at Camp F. He works at our Big House Cafe, which is affiliated with our museum. He's had 17 disciplinary reports, with the last report being in 2019. He's completed anger management, 100 hours, substance abuse, victim awareness, and letter training, Inside Out Dead's computer science program, and he has awards from Prison Enterprise for like 28 years of working with them. And his Tiger score is low.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Ron Hicks, please.
Hey, good afternoon to this honorable board and to all the men that are on the board. I hope you had a great Father's Day yesterday. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ron Hicks, and I'm grateful to speak on the behalf of Mr. Ronald Johnson. I've known Mr. Johnson for at least 30 years. When I arrived at Angola, Mr. Johnson was already there. And when I hit the main prison, I encountered Mr. Johnson, who was also doing some good work even there. Arriving there in 1987, he was already in the process of trying to help other young men who are arriving at the prison to make a difference in their lives. During those 30 years, Mr. Johnson has always been a respected voice of wisdom that I tend to listen to. Not only me, but so many other young men that were in the institution were looking to see a better way of life. We had done things that were not pleasing to society, and we were removed out of society and found ourselves incarcerated. And we had people like Mr. Johnson who were speaking words of wisdom, trying to help us to redirect our path. His voice of wisdom helped me and so many other people to make great decisions in our lives that led us into better situations, not only in the institution, but some of the men have been released out into society. Throughout the years of knowing Mr. Johnson, he has always been involved in positive programming and committed himself to a lifestyle of rehabilitation. His rehabilitation has been acknowledged by DOC, even as the warden just spoke about, working for Prison Enterprise for over 28 years is unheard of. He's a trustee and do many other jobs within the prison. Mr. Johnson has served several decades of incarceration, in doing which he's shown and expressed deep and sincere remorse for the crime he committed. Mr. Johnson demonstrated that he's ready to return to society as a law-abiding, role-model citizen. Granting Mr. Johnson's application would not only recognize his transformation, but also affirm our belief in redemption and second chance. I am committed to help Mr. Johnson make a smooth transition back into society by providing resources and spiritual mentorship to him. I respectfully ask this honorable board to grant Mr. Johnson's pardon. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on his behalf. God blessings.
Thank you. And let's see, Patricia, Miss Patricia there at Angola, we'd like to hear from you.
Yes, ma'am. Do I talk to you from my seat here?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine. That's perfect.
Hi, my name is Patricia Traha, and I met, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Johnson. I met him a little over 10 years ago here at Angola Prison. My son was incarcerated at Phelps, and when they closed that prison here, he was transferred here along with a lot of other drug offenders, and wound up here at Camp C. And I was so grateful for Mr. Johnson's taking my son under his wing and working with him. He was a great mentor and made my life easier. I want to also express my thanks to the parole board. When he was paroled like 6 years ago, y'all took a chance on him. He's been clean and sober since, and I still give a lot of credit to Mr. Johnson at this time because they do keep in touch with each other. They talk weekly. I see Mr. Johnson as a father role model in my son's life, and I appreciate him. I'm sorry, I've choked up with this. I'm grateful for Mr. Johnson, and I hope that he gets the opportunity to continue to work with people, because I'm sure he will. I think he's a good person, and I'm sure that he made a mistake. I never asked what it was about, and I'm not going to now. But I've always seen him as a highly respected individual with other young people like my son and the other wardens in my experience coming to Angola. So I hope he gets the opportunity to get out and continue to prove his good deeds with other people. So thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for speaking with us. We do appreciate it. And Mr. Beck, what would you like to say?
Thanks for allowing me to speak. I met Cowee, Ronald Johnson, back in 2012 when they closed down Phelps and sent us all over here. And at the time, it was a big thing to put up with. And I was very attitude at the time. And I was angry at all kinds of things, but mainly myself for being stupid enough to not listen to my mom and end up in prison in the first place. When I met Cowee, it was through a friend that knew I was very interested in the hobby shop, and that hobby shop might be the only way to take idle hands and put them to good use. And the only person that was willing to take a chance on me to put me on their box was my friend Cowee, Ronald Johnson. I didn't meet him before that time, never knew him. And our initial meeting was like, hey, sure, yeah, I'll give you a try. And from then, we had just grown into like brothers, I guess. I would be having a bad mood or something like that and ready to argue with everybody and anybody or a negative thing, and he would just calm the fire. One day I was in there complaining about the quality of wood that we received, complaining that, oh, we're inmates, they'll just do us any old way. They send us this crooked pine. And he sat there and he listened to everything I said. And then he said the only thing that made sense. He said, well, you think that piece of wood is crooked? You should see the tree it came from. And that just killed every argument I ever had on complaining about that kind of stuff again. It was just like, there's bigger things to worry about. When you guys had granted me parole, one of your conditions was to go speak to at-risk youths. And I remember thinking, I am way out of my league here. But the things that I was able to grasp onto to try to even come across to speak to these young people was the things that he had took his time with me on. And I think that those assets could be used in a bigger spectrum than just on the one or two occasional misfits that come across in here and already have done bad things to where maybe it could be done with younger people. And they never have to experience this. And thank you for your time again.
Thanks for taking the time to come talk to us today. Means a lot. All right, Mr. Johnson, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. We have Nikisha Grow who would like to speak.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So I am Nikisha Grow. I'm the victim's daughter. So I'm in opposition. So I just want to, make sure that that's understood. I'm not speaking on his behalf.
Right. I understand.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. I am just here today to ask you guys to not grant the commutation of his sentence. He murdered my mom when I was 8 years old. He did it in front of us, with no regards to the fact that we were there. It's my understanding that he had a disturbing of peace charge the day before he killed her, and he was let out on some type of bond, and then he killed her the day of, if I'm not mistaken. He's had a pattern of abuse. He held her hostage in her own home, threw her clothes out the house. It's something that we live with every day. Life does go on. You grow up. I have siblings. I have 2 brothers that are his sons. We are, I wouldn't say strained. We have a strained relationship, but we don't have a normal sibling relationship, which is a direct effect because of what he did. I can close my eyes and I can listen to the sound of her breathing when he repeatedly stabbed her. So it was gruesome. It was brutal. It was in front of her kids. I just ask that he remain in jail and that he finishes out the sentence that was, that he was given. For my own sanity, for my peace of mind. My mom's birthday is in 2 weeks. It's hard every single year. It does not go away. This was his choice, and it didn't have to be as brutal as it was, but this is what he chose to do. He stabbed her repeatedly in front of her kids. It's not something that I just don't think that he should be granted a commutation. I think he needs to live the rest of his natural life in jail.
Let me ask her one question.
Yeah.
When I was reading the different letters, were you, the 3 children, were y'all all separated and went to different families?
No, so my brother John and I, we lived with my mom. My youngest brother Rick, he was adopted before this happened. To my understanding, Mr. Johnson did not want another child. He did not believe this was his child. So he made my mom give him up for adoption. So Rick did not even get a chance to know us, to know our mother. No one.
After the murder, did you and your brother stay together or did y'all go to different families?
We did not. We went to different families. I have a different dad, of course. So I went to live with my dad, and my brother John, he stayed with my mom's sister. So again, we don't have a normal sibling relationship. We were all separated.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rowe. We appreciate hearing from you.
You're welcome.
Can we hear from Rick Isidore? Do I have that right? Is that your?
I don't
Hello?
believe he was speaking today, or maybe he is.
Hello?
Yeah. Rick,
Okay.
is there something you'd like to say to us?
I'll just say that I don't think that he should be given the possibility to live amongst normal people after the heinous acts that he committed against us. I mean, we have missing pieces of our lives that we will never get back, and it's voids, and that happen, that become part of a person that we can't feel. And it, like my sister said, we have a very different relationship because of the events. So I agree that he should not be let out of prison for the rest of his natural life.
Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. And we have John, is it PK?
PK.
PK. All right, Mr. PK, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Well, as my brother and my sister just recently stated, it's unanimous. We all feel the same way. I mean, you take a life, you get life. That's what the sentence is. That's what the sentence should be from here until the end. As my sister stated, it happened right in front of us. I mean, it's something we struggle with every day. I they explain this to my kids numerous times as they get older and older. Why I don't have this grandparent or why I don't have that grandparent. I mean, it's a different dynamic than what's supposed to be. This is not normal life. It's a struggle. It's a pain. Yeah, basically, I'm opposed to everything as well. Life is life.
All right, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Now, Mr. Johnson, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions, please?
Okay, Mr. Johnson, how old were you when you committed this crime?
31.
And you took a plea bargain? You didn't go to trial, right?
I didn't go to trial.
Okay, you took the plea bargain so they would take the death penalty off the table, or you just pled guilty?
I pled guilty.
Okay. What was the argument about that day? I mean, what caused you to stab your wife?
I was called to the house. My mother told me that she had called me and wanted to speak with me. So when I got over there, we got into a heated argument about some things that had happened the day before.
I see you claim that she stabbed you first.
I was stabbed in the hand trying to take the knife.
Take the knife. Did you have a knife of your own?
No, sir.
So you took the knife from her and you stabbed her with that knife?
Yes, sir.
I mean, once you got the knife from her, I mean, nothing told you let's quit. Were you on drugs?
No, sir. I wasn't on drugs. I just lost it. I was frustrated, angry, and I was just messed up.
What kind of classes have you taken that you think will help you when you get out?
Anger management.
Learned in anger management.
Sir?
What did you learn in anger management?
How to control my anger.
And how you do that?
Well, if I get frustrated or mad, the best thing for me to do is just smile about it or laugh about it.
I see you didn't have a bunch of DB reports, but all of a sudden you had a flurry of reports in 2019. 3 of them were 30H and 30L. What was that about?
That was about three-way phone call.
Okay.
And now the three-way phone call was not initiated by me. I don't know why they came up with that. And if you notice, one of those 30H, they went all the way back to, I think it was March 3rd or the 3rd month, 29th date.
So somebody else made the call and you just got on it?
No, I made the call. But the person who I called someone else on another phone.
Ah, gotcha. And you knew that was illegal?
But I didn't initiate it.
It don't matter.
I know it was illegal. I know it was illegal. I knew it was illegal.
And tell me, what was the contraband in 2019?
The contraband was 2 sheets of rolling paper.
Okay. Okay, and what that was gonna be for cigarettes or
Cigarette.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Before we move on, Ms. Riley, did you want to have something to say? I apologize. I didn't indicate that you wanted to say anything.
I originally didn't. Actually, I'm from Plaquemines Parish. I actually am a classmate of one of the sisters that was a witness to the murder. We never spoke of it. I do remember, you know, at the time of the crime, it being a shock to our small community. We are a small community located on the east bank of Plaquemines Parish. And it was so shocking because of the small children that were involved in the matter. And everybody, I remember people thinking, how could this be? He did this while the kids were present. He did this knowing that they would never have a mom, and who would raise them? Who would raise the kids? Like that was, I remember that being up in the air. But according to our records, he was arrested for a peace disturbance with the same victim the day before, and he was released on a $50 fine. I don't know if he was released the day of or the day before the murder, but according to our records, he actually broke into the back door where one of the sisters was making some candy in the kitchen, and he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen and went to the room and began arguing with Miss Piquette Johnson, whereby started stabbing her. She had some defensive wounds according to the autopsy. I'm assuming he had some cuts as well. I'm not sure, but according to the reports, also he stabbed her so hard he broke the knife twice and still was stabbing her after the knife even broke. She later died in John and Nikisha's bedroom. So the two of them were asleep initially when the event was taking place, but waking up, not sure at what part they were awakened, but she did pass away in their room. And I can only imagine the heartbreak and heartache that those kids had to go through immediately following, and even up to now, even just going to sleep or putting their own kids to sleep. You know, how impactful that is for them to have to endure and to know that they'll never ever see their mom again. It's just unfathomable for me. And obviously our district attorney's office is in opposition of him getting clemency.
Who asked your question? You said he had a knife and he came in with it. Did he have a stab wound after in his hand, as he said?
Not to my knowledge. He did not come into the house with the knife. He he kicked the back door in. One of the sisters was making pecan candy and she was using a knife, and he grabbed that knife, according to the report, and used that knife from their kitchen to stab Miss Piquette Johnson.
In the report, did it show that he had some cuts on his hand?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stapleton?
You know, basically what the DAC just said was some things that that I had thought about the fact that the children were home when he did that and that they witnessed all of that. And their ages, I believe, was 8 years old and 4 years old. They were just little bitty children. So, it was horrendous. That's all I have to say. Well, was she stabbed 16 times? Did I read that correctly? Yeah, she was stabbed 16 times. So, yeah, they endured that too. That's all. Any questions?
Mr. Johnson, do you have stab wounds in your hand that you were saying you got stabbed when you were taking a knife away from her? Or cut marks?
I just have a scar in my right hand.
Scar in your right hand? Okay.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I wanted to acknowledge, Mr. Johnson, your work at the Big House Cafe. That's quite a service for the folks, the free folks there. They really enjoy it. And the fact that you, as was stated earlier, that you were a truck driver for Prison Enterprises or worked for Prison Enterprises for 28 years. That's commendable. Thank you for that work. I don't see any other questions.
Move for an executive session.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Freeman.
I
for
second.
Second by Mr. Tillis for executive session.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
Stapleton.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Johnson will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll be right back. All right, I'll make a motion to go back in regular session. Is there any objection? No objection. We're back in regular session. It is 12:55. And we are prepared to vote. And Mr. Freeman.
Okay, yeah, I'm really at a loss with this one. You know, I see what you did 38 years ago is very horrific. I don't think you was totally forthcoming with what happened that day, but I think there was so much fury in that household that you probably wouldn't have remembered all the stuff you done. But you know, nothing I have for the past 38 years, you've been pretty good. You had that one little stretch in 19 where you were getting crazy, but it was a 3-way phone call. My vote today is gonna be to grant and commit to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. Get it when we get to that point.
Mr. Taylor?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I vote to deny. He had a plea bargain that he agreed to. There's strong opposition from the sheriff, the DA, and the victims, and the crime was very heinous.
Mr. Prater?
I believe it. 70 years old and 38, almost 40 years. Though it was a terrible crime, his record since he's been there has been really good. And so I'm going to concur with Mr. Freeman.
So, Mr. Johnson? Based on your age, the length of incarceration and the work that you've done there helping others, you have a good record with Prison Enterprises. You're doing good work now. My vote is the same to make the recommendation your sentence be commuted to 99 years. And if that's voted favorable signed by the governor, we'll consider it further at a parole hearing. So that's the recommendation, sir, we're going to make on your behalf. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are ready for Mr. Franklin Jones.
Yeah. This is man.
He's coming. He's got a walker. He's a little slow. I mean, a cane. He's a little slow.
All right.
Good. If I can make that up, I hope I won't.
All right, Mr. Jones, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Could you tell us your name and your DOC number, please?
I am Franklin Jones. DOC number 82954.
All right, Mr. Jones, and you see on your screen, we have the parole project here in support. We're going to ask for their remarks shortly. Mr. Jones, you're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish. February 1992 for a murder conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so tell us what you did, Mr. Jones, and why do you think we ought to vote in favor today?
Yes, ma'am. I went to visit my father-in-law family, who had my kids at the time, and I was there. I was in town less than 15 minutes when I went to visit. I wanted to see if I could help him with taking care of the kids or anything he needed. And instead, things went sour very fast. He started talking very loud and abusive, and he told his wife to take our kids around back of the house. Then he reached inside the door of the house and produced a rifle. And he started trying to jack a shell into the rifle. And when he did that, I panicked. I pulled a pistol from under my belt and shot him in the shoulder to keep him from firing the rifle. At the same time, the man in my car took off, and the lady next door called the police. And in just a few minutes, the sirens was coming and the police was on the way, and I got out of the area right quick. And I could see everything. And the police came, one car, then a whole bunch of police cars started coming. Then the ambulance came, all within 20 minutes. And the ambulance, they took Mr. Shenette, the victim, from the house and put him on a stretcher. He was walking, fully clothed and fully dressed. And they put him on a stretcher. I reckon they took him to the hospital where he's supposed to die that night. But in court, they brought a whole scenario completely different. They had a body in the house in the middle of the night, and it was gruesome, and they showed this before the jury, and that would have turned anybody's head.
Mr. Jones, we're not here to talk about what was presented to the jury. We wanted your version of what happened, and then why, since then, why do you think we ought to vote to grant your request today?
Yes, ma'am. Well, all I can say is that I had no intentions of hurting anyone, but I'm a Vietnam veteran, as you can see. And man pulled a gun on me and started jacking the shell, and that's what caused the whole thing.
Why do you think we ought to vote in your favor today?
I would appreciate any assistance y'all give me in getting out. I have no intentions of hurting anyone, and that's my first offense, and I didn't have no intentions of getting in any trouble.
All right, Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Jones?
So he AU'd at Louisiana State Penitentiary in 1972, which has him serving about 53 years. He is serving a life sentence. He's a Class A trustee. He lives on Ash 1, and that's our assistant living dorm. And well, not only he's 85 years old, that would be one reason he could be there, but he also has the cardiac issues. He has trouble with walking long distances. He does have some edema to his lower extremities, and he does walk with a cane. So that would be reasons to put him in our ASH unit so he can get his medications and stuff sent to him and his meals. He's had 83 disciplinary board write-ups, the last one being in 2018, graphic arts in 1993, and 100 hours in 2016. His Tiger score is low.
Okay. Thank you. Parole project, Mr. Blake, could we hear from you, sir?
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Franklin Jones. Because he's a Class A trustee, he's an Army vet, he's a member of Vets Incarcerated, and because of his programming, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we'll provide the transitional housing, employment assistance, healthcare guidance and connections, and many other services. He will also have a reentry specialist that will guide him through the process. Based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so, Mr. Jones, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing as well as I can, sir.
Okay, did you have the gun on you when you went to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, you didn't have to go out to the car to get it or anything.
No, sir. The man took off in my car and left me in front of the rifle.
Okay.
And I might add, go ahead.
Okay, I don't need to go over the case or anything like that, but I'm just trying to get your mindset, what kind of fella you are when you're carrying a gun to go pick up your kids after missing your wife in a mental institution. I mean, what kind of fella would do that? I wouldn't do that, but what was on your mind?
Well, sir, I usually carried pretty large amount of cash since I own several homes in a subdivision. And I worked for Atlantic Richfield Pipeline. I was a pipeline engineer, and by carrying a lot of money, it's no different from New Orleans or anywhere else. So that's why I had a gun on me.
Okay, your disciplinary, your number 11 that you got in 2018, I read about. What happened in that case?
Well, I had just come from the hospital medical center, and I had a hip replacement, a right hip replacement, and they had a sick person on the tier in the hospital. He mentally ill, and he pushed a wheelchair out on me, and that's what caused that ruckus. And the lady wrote it up in his favor. That we don't have no control over that.
Did you hit him with your cane or something?
Really, I didn't, because he was here. But the lady wrote it up. She wasn't even there, and she wrote it up like that anyway. But this is Angola.
Okay. All right. That's what I'm trying to get straight with that. What about your criminal history? Tell me about that. I know it's been a long time. Tell me all the things you've been arrested for. I want to know what kind of fella you are.
Well, sir, I can say this. Being an American citizen, you can get charged with anything at any time. That doesn't mean that you did it or you're guilty of anything. All it means is that you've been charged. I've never been convicted of anything except a murder charge.
Okay. Did you plead guilty to anything else?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Okay, so you don't have any convictions, no convictions except this murder charge.
Except murder charge.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I got.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what happened in 1996? Did you get some extra time while you was in Angola?
In 96?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I did.
What
I
you
got
got
5 years, sir.
What did you do?
It was overturned. It was overturned, null and void.
Was it 76, not 96, y'all?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Activated battery or something?
76.
Yeah, that was it.
Overturned, null and
It
void.
said the conviction was vacated March 24th, 1983.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to go to Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am. Trying to find out what Mr. Jones, I said I was ready to vote, but since I'm the first one to vote, I'm not quite ready to vote. You tell me what you've done positive since you've been there. Go over that again.
I've been head incoming classification clerk before they had free people classification. I was head incoming classification. I've gone to school for graphic arts. That's print school. I graduated. I have a projectionist. I finished projectionist in the Army, and I've graduated from real estate at the University of Houston before I came to the penitentiary. But as I've gotten older, I've been losing some of it.
Yes, I understand that happened, huh? Okay, I didn't hear you say much about the victim. Are you sorry this happened, or are you sorry you got caught?
Sir, if I had any indication that there was going to be any trouble with me getting in trouble with the law, as good as I was doing at that time, I would have never come across that river. I swear that's the worst mistake I ever made in my life. And I never intended to hurt anyone. But when the man started talking abusive and loud talking, and Richard got a gun, instincts took over. The man left in my car. The lady next door called the police. I had no intentions of hurting anyone, and I wish he hadn't started anything violent, because that wasn't even on my mind. I came to see.
Did y'all fight first? Did y'all fight before you shot him? Physically?
No, sir, we didn't fight. I was in the yard.
It said in the report that you beat him up and then shot him.
I was in the yard, and
Okay.
he was on the porch.
I just want to make sure that y'all didn't fight.
So he went in the house.
Okay, good. So you were protecting yourself, self-defense, is that what you're saying?
Self-defense at that time. Now, I'll tell you this. I didn't have the death certificate. The DA did not produce a death certificate. I never made any physical contact with that man. But in court, they brought a body to the house, had a body in the house with all beat up, and a beat up, tore up bedroom and stuff. I'd never been in that house.
Okay, good. So you were defending yourself.
In the incident that we had in the front of the house.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Prager.
My vote's to deny. I don't understand exactly what went on, but it smells like a fish. And I think that due to the opposition that we've got, I think my vote is to deny your parole request.
Mr. Freeman?
Commutation.
I do agree with the part that I don't believe you've been totally truthful with us today about what all went on. But due to the amount of time served, I think it's 54 years, and your age, I don't think you're a threat to society. My vote today is going to be to grant and commute to 99 years.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with Mr. Prager.
All right, so you've received 2 votes to grant your application, 2 votes to deny your application, Mr. Jones. So today. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I got 2 denied and 2 to grant.
No, I was only denied.
And Ms. Stapleton.
Yours was denied? Okay, I'm sorry.
So it was grant by Mr. Tillis and Mr. Freeman, denied by Mrs. Stapleton, Mr. Prager. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application's been denied, sir. because it requires 4 votes, 4 like votes. Good luck to you.
It looks like.
Now unmuted.
All right, the pardon board is now at David Wade Correctional Center. It is 1:19 on Monday, June 16th, 2025. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Michelle Dozat Warden.
Kristen Harper, classification. Becky Tribbiano, record.
Alicia Lee, security.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Fuller before us. Good afternoon, Mr. Fuller. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your DOC number, please.
Name is Everett Fuller, 161118.
All right, Mr. Fuller, you're here before the pardon board this afternoon. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. Let's see, and you were sentenced in September 2002 for forcible rape. You received a 30-year sentence. You also have another sentencing date, which was November of 2000, which you received a 5-year sentence for possession of Schedule 4 diazepam. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us, Mr. Fuller, speak to us about you're serving the 30-year sentence. Tell us what you did and why you think we ought to vote for you today.
But I've come a long way from way I used to be and the things I used to do. I've been in AA, NA since I've been here at David Wade. I've got my 12 steps, and I'm in church. I did the anger management because I used to get pretty mad at just about anything, and I've come a long ways now, and it takes a lot to really upset me. I've learned to think things through before you just jump and do them. Completed all 4 phases of the sex offender class, and I've been tutoring to some of the other guys, showing them different ways.
So, okay. So what did you do? I mean, we said forcible rape. Just tell us a little bit about your victim and what happened.
That was my stepdaughter. And at the time I was, well, I'm not going to put the blame anywhere else. I did it, but I wasn't in my right state of mind. I was using drugs and alcohol, and I didn't get along with my wife too well, and she worked at nights, and I was pretty much there with the kids during that time, and just got out of hand.
Okay. Warden, what can you tell us about Fuller?
Well, Mr. Fuller's been here since 2011. He has a good conduct record. He only had one write-up since he's been here. He currently works in our cafe. He's got a Surf Save certificate and works in our organizational cafe. He has his GED. Like he mentioned, he has completed sex offender treatment program. He's completed Living in Balance, Victims Awareness, and Cage Your Rage. He does have a good work evaluation. As far as disciplinary, there's no issue with Mr. Fuller. He's not a disciplinary problem. He plans to live with his brother if he's approved, if he's granted, but we have not done any kind of paperwork for interstate compact. His brother lives in Tennessee, so that would be pending the board's disposition. And he has an employment plan to work in small engine repair, which I believe he has some work history in the past.
Good, thank you. So, Mr. Fuller, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman this afternoon. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Fuller, do you have a good time date?
I don't, it's a flat sentence. I don't have any good time on there.
Good time date.
Yeah. I think he does have a good time date of 2033.
That's what I thought.
May 8th of 2033.
That's what I'm trying to ask. What kind of relief are you seeking today? You trying to get out earlier than 33?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You think you deserve to get out earlier than 33?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see you have 3 other children. Do you have any contact with them?
The 2 girls, my daughters, yes, sir, I do, but my son, no, I haven't.
Okay. How often do you have contact with your 2 daughters?
Oh, I call them at least once a week.
Okay. You know, I do know that you have a heavy law enforcement opposition. The victim made no position. How did you punish the children? I see where it was said that you took your punishments to extremes on both your daughter and your son. Were you heavy on discipline, or was it the drug?
Mostly the drugs. I didn't harm them like any kind of way where they, they were needed
needed attention or anything.
But I'm just looking at from a statement, it says you were especially cruel and extreme with your punishments towards the daughter and the brother.
That's the first I've heard of that. I don't know where that came from. I had no knowledge of that information. But far as punishing them, I never hurt them.
Okay. What kind of medical problems you have? I see you go to the doctor a lot.
Yes, sir. I have a condition called stenosis. It's a deteriorating disc in my back. And just this past December, I had to have 2 stents put in my heart.
All right. If I have anything else. I see you took risk management, you took the sex offender classes. What was the main thing you got out of that sex offender class?
The main thing is to know when you're in jeopardy, when you what kind of surroundings you have, and what conditions you're putting yourself in.
I have no further questions, Mr. Knox.
That was your stepdaughter? You said
Yes,
it was, how old was she?
I believe it was 9 or 10. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. I have more questions.
I do. You got the age wrong, 7 to 9 years old. Started when she was 7. And you were arrested, I guess, when she was 9, because that's when it said. And your original charge was aggravated rape, aggravated crime against nature, sexual battery, molestation of a juvenile. And it was amended down to forcible rape with 30 years. Did you do a plea bargain on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, and then now you're saying that alcohol is what made you do it. And there was a statement here that, let's see, that you couldn't be around a woman because of the alcohol is what you said, without wanting to have sex with her, which would be the child. And that's just the way it was.
No, that's not true. I
Okay.
never made that.
What is true? That wasn't your statement?
No, ma'am. I did not say that.
Okay.
I don't recall that at all.
What about the type of sex that you had with her? You did it that way because you didn't want to really hurt her. Said
Yes,
that,
that's true.
right?
Yes, that's true.
And then you said she never complained, but yet your punishment was very severe. So what child would complain if they knew that they were going to be punished? Did that ever occur to you?
I never punished them like that. I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay. I'm going to read a statement that is from the DA. Hold on just a second to get to it. Okay, so this is from the sentencing judge. Judge Hamilton states he is strongly opposed to Fuller's request for a commutation of sentence due to the age of the victim and the nature of crimes committed. And then the DA is opposed. The victim in this case was severely traumatized, both mentally and physically, and Fuller should serve the maximum number of years as sentenced. So that's the strong opposition there. And that's all I have.
So, Mr. Fuller, you mentioned to Mr. Freeman that you have contact with your children, except for the son.
Yes.
Now, you including Ashley Massey
No.
in that? All right.
No.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Fuller. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman, you ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am. Fuller, I think you got a big break at sentencing. Your charge reduced, like they said, from aggravated rape and crimes against nature. My vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and for the record, the heinous nature of the crime to a very young child.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Fuller, my vote today also is to deny based on the fact of your plea agreement. So today, sir, your application's been denied. Good luck to you. We're gonna sign off at 1:31.
Thank you. That was rough.
It would be.
Thank y'all. Thank you, ma'am. Bye. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Broadway, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day for you. Thanks for waiting on us. We appreciate, glad to see you. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
So my name is SHAMAREA Broadway, and I live at 1331 Redwood Street, apartment 1-101, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80524.
All right. Thank you very much. And so today, Ms. Broadway, you're here before the Pardon Board seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a misdemeanor conviction. You were sentenced in July 2019 for theft and contributing to the delinquency of juveniles. That was in the First Judicial District in Caddo Parish, and you received a sentence of a $100 fine. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us a little bit about what happened and why are you seeking the pardon? And then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton. Your case is hers.
Awesome. So the day that I committed that crime was the day of my son's birthday, and I was trying to get something for him on his actual birthday. Was one of the worst days, one of the worst days of my life at that time. I regret it, and I don't know, I was going through a lot. My mom passed away in 2019, and at the time she had a stroke. And I was going through a lot of trying to get my own apartment with my son. And I was just, my head wasn't clear and I wanted my son to look nice. So I took something that did not belong to me. I really regret it. It has affected my life a lot. A lot of people think, oh, it's just a misdemeanor. When it comes to, I went to school before I had a child and I can't get like any jobs in the hospital field. I became like a phlebotomist and it held me back a lot. It has humbled me so much with work. I've scrubbed toilets being a single mom, worked at McDonald's. I took any job to make ends meet to make sure I keep custody of my child and provide a better environment for us. I moved from Louisiana to better my life. And it's gotten better, but it's still very hard being a single mom and having this on my record. I apply for great jobs and I always get denied because of this charge. And I just want to provide for my son, make a better living situation for the both of us, being an independent mom. Also, I just want him to be able to go to great schools. I want to be able to pay for him to play sports and do that. And I'm doing it now, but it's extremely hard. I would love to make like more money, not having to get always the less paying job because of my background. I haven't committed any crimes since then. I'm very emotional today and I do apologize. I was in a car accident 2 days ago. And so a lot of things are going on right now, but I do appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me. I'm very nervous. I wrote something for you guys, and I'm so sorry. I've been waiting all day, so now I'm just like a little bit nervous now that it's my time to go. But I just wanted to say, Your Honor, thank you for hearing my case today, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to address to the courts regarding my request for this. I did this 5 years ago or around 5 years ago, and I do regret it, and I understand the seriousness of my actions. At the time, like I said, I was in the worst spot in my life. I was very close to my mom, and when she had a stroke, it was a big one. Like she couldn't talk or anything. I'm the youngest out of our family, so I was spoiled. She took care of me a lot. I still lived in my mom's home, and when that happened, it was just like reality hit with life. I had to step up, get my own place, pay for my everything. And I just, for my son's birthday, everything being on myself, I just thought like I could do something like that and get away with it, which I didn't. And it was the worst. That day, my son at 3 years old, seeing me in handcuffs, almost going to jail on his birthday was the absolute worst feeling ever. And I felt like a horrible mother. And I wish I never did it. It haunts me still. It slowed down my life a lot. Just not being able to go further in life. A lot of opportunities were taken away right now for me that I still want to pursue. So this is why I come to you guys today, asking to get this removed off my record so I can start a better life for me and my son and for myself. I just want to do better. I want to see my son do good. I don't want to have any excuse of like, I'm a single mom. Oh, I can't afford it. I'm not that person. I work double, do whatever to make sure he has a great opportunity to go to good schools. So yeah.
That's good. Why don't
That's
you
good.
answer Miss Stapleton's question?
Well, Miss Broadway, first of all, you can relax, okay? The theft was $49, and you paid the full price, like you said, when you got handcuffed in front of your child. And I see your remorse. That's clear. I also hear that even with that happening, you've done whatever you've had to do to make a life for you and your son, and that's commendable. And so today, my vote is going to be to grant a recommendation for your pardon. And then let me ask you one thing about the firearm. Why do you need the firearm?
What, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, why do you need the firearm? The firearm, why do you need a gun?
Why do I need a firearm?
Huh?
Just for my safety. But other than that, I don't have I don't carry a gun outside or anything like that, or nothing like that. Just for my safety of being a single mom living by myself. That's the only reason why.
Well, I'm going to go ahead today and grant the suggest the pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater,
Concur.
Mr. Freeman,
Absolutely concur.
Mr. Tillis.
When's your son's birthday?
My son's birthday is October the 7th, and his name is Tristan Broadway.
And you're not going to do this again?
I'm never going to do this again. I want to be the best mom for my son and a role model. And I just want to show him that, the impossible is possible, no matter, what things come to us. I've had a rough life, but it's getting better. So.
Okay. I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
My vote today is going to be to grant your request for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So it's a unanimous vote. We're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to Governor Landry. Okay, good luck to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for taking the time to hear me. They asked me about my gun.
All right, Mr. Jones. There you are. Can you unmute your mic and tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir?
Earl Jones. My current mailing address is 100 Doves Lane, Griffin, Georgia, 30223.
All right, can you turn your camera on, sir?
Yes.
There you are.
Hey.
There you go. Thank you. Mr. Jones, you're here this afternoon before the Pardon Board seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a misdemeanor offense, and you were sentenced
Yes,
in
ma'am.
May of 2016. It was domestic abuse battery amended to simple battery, for which you received a fine. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so I'm going to turn it over to him. You answer his question.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, this was in 2016, and do you still live with the lady that you were living with at the time that called the police on you?
Yes, sir.
And where is she today?
She's at home with the kids.
And you're not at home, I take it. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. I'm at work.
Okay. Have you been arrested for anything since 2016?
No, sir.
Okay. And you pled guilty to a simple battery charge. Why are you wanting this off of your record?
I want it off my record because it's causing complications for a lot of things for me. A lot of people look at my record based off employment, and I can't get some job because of it. It's really just not. I mean, I really would not like it on my record.
Okay, is that your only arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why do you applied for a pardon with restoration of
Unless you
firearms?
count it up.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said unless you're claiming I have been arrested. I look for county notices.
You're breaking up on us, sir.
Okay, Mr. Jones, try it again. I heard you say the word arrested. Have you been arrested since then or before then?
For traffic tickets. It wasn't for anything serious.
So you
Can you hear me?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Have you been arrested?
Repeat what you were saying.
Other than that offense, no. Other than traffic. Other than that offense, no. I haven't been arrested since the offense.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again, just so I do my due diligence. Have you been arrested for anything other than traffic, other than this charge?
No, sir.
He said no.
Was that a
No,
no?
sir.
Okay. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to know. And why do you want a firearm?
Well, I'm trying to pursue certain jobs, certain employments like armor driver or security. And I can't do that unless I have my license to carry.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I don't have any other questions.
And more on the mode.
Mr. Jones, were you arrested in Georgia for shoplifting?
And more on the personal. Yeah, back when I was in high school, I did.
So did you forget about that?
No, actually, that was supposed to be expunged, and I only went to jail because it's there while the being done. I didn't take anything.
Well, I think the question though was, had you been arrested?
So I went to jail
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Questions?
I don't know.
All right, ready to vote, Mr. Prater?
I vote that we, because of the length of time since this occurred, and since he and this lady, simple battery that was supposed to have occurred at the time they pled to, back 10 years ago, they're still living together, and she has no problem. She's not scared of him at all. No other arrests other than this one confusion about the high school deal. My vote is recommend a pardon with restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Mr. Tillett?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
I recommend a pardon with restoration of funds also.
I do concur with my colleagues. My vote is to recommend pardon with restoration of firearms. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, Mr. Jones. Good luck to you. And we're going to adjourn. It's 1:51 p.m.
Thank you.